Hey, Kane. Yeah. Well, I finished all my schoolwork for the semester. It's part of the reason why I was streaming so late recently is I was after I'd gotten home and wasn't wasn't working on my papers. It does have Caesar in it. He's in the front row, right next to Mike. Hey, Marek, how you doing? That that blob next to Mike, to just to the left of Mike, is Caesar. He's facing away. Yeah, he's actually looking at the screen. it's the it's the back of his head. It's the back of his head from the victory cinematic. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it too. It'll be fun to check out this new map. And I'll just give it another minute or so before. Well, I'll let the timer run out. Actually, I realized my water glass is empty, so I'm going to go fill that up. I'll be right back. Hello, Bellcat. Welcome. Yeah, that's right. Everyone's here to watch Caesar 3. All right. Let's get into it. So normally I would play custom maps on Julius, but America specified that he wants this map to be played in Augustus, so we're gonna play it in Augustus. It's Colonia Julia Eqstris, I guess, is the name of the map. So let's take a look at it. So we've got the river down here. Otherwise, it's pretty rugged, very rugged. Lots of mountains and stuff. There are a lot of natives around. Instructions, please. Did you give me instructions for this? 'Cause I don't think I found them. Also, I should move the chat over here. It's blocking me. Crumbs. Alright. You can resend them? Alright. If you're able to put them in the chat, because I haven't seen them. I just found the map file. Was it in the RAR file you sent me? Let me see if I can't find it. Ah, here we go. Thanks, Marek. So the year is 22 BC, and Caesar Augustus sits on the throne, becoming the first emperor of the Romans. Recovering from years of civil war, the Roman provinces are understaffed and in dire need of reorganization. That is why the arduous task of pacifying the rest of the Helvetian tribes in Raetia and Indelica, the desired outcome of your efforts is to settle a lot of retired veterans in the mountainous terrain and establish a colony. that is going to bear the name Colonia Julia Eqstris. A name which bears the name of Caesar himself, as it was by his hand that local barbarians were pacified nearly 3 decades ago. It is not expected that local barbarians are going to be able to muster any significant force to oppose you. Some rebellious tribes are even now vocally opposing any permanent Roman settlements. The site of the city is rich in veins of iron, and the land itself, although rugged, is fairly fertile, being capable of supporting wheat and vegetable production. The city is supposed to... something. It's supposed to become a bustling trade hub to facilitate trade from Italia and Galla Transalpina. For this reason, the Senate and Emperor himself will not be satisfied with no less than an overflowing treasury and impressive monuments to prove Roman ingenuity over the local barbarians. Take a good look at the land available, and any mistake will swiftly waste the slim initial funding generously provided from the Empire's depleted coffers. One last piece of information is that available trading partners are considering increasing the available quotas significantly. So a smart governor would allocate a lot of denarii on opening as many of these trade routes as possible when the surplus allows, so as to maximize long-term viability of the city. That's right, John. Time for C3. This is a Marek map. This one is not supposed to be insanely brutal, so we'll see if Marek is true to his word. So there's this little river here. Otherwise, I've only been able to find one other source of water right here. Marek says there's more water somewhere else, but I haven't been able to find it. So Marek, if you can help guide me to the water I can use to actually water the city, it would be much appreciated. Oh, is this... okay, well there's this little patch of water here. Extra goals. Grantable to Mercury, Caravanserai, and Lighthouse, with all the trader capacity upgrades selected. Okay. 150 denarii, 1,000 denarii in the city coffers at the end of the mission. Only use auxiliaries or do not use roadblocks. My choice, but one has to be upheld. Residential walls over road count as roadblocks. Do not send gifts to Caesar for extra credit. Tips. A lot of time is available, but be sure to open trade routes gradually. The quotas are surely to increase a lot. Fishing can provide third food type. Patricians. Grand Temple to Neptune offers fair early game prices. Okay. Yeah, so there's this water here. Is this water? No. Is near the eastern corner. Near the eastern corner. Kinda, okay. More toward the road from Rome, okay. Ah, here it is, okay. Alright. It's this little speck of water. That's going to water the whole city. I'm just going to put it there so I don't lose it again. Right. Okay, well, as always, first thing to do is open trade routes. Oh wow, look at these. Oh, I was going to say look at these generous opening trade prices, but this one is not so generous. Okay, so these are 2 land routes. Yeah. Oh, they're all land routes. Oh, these are all land routes. And Kusai is water. Tingus is also a land route? How are these guys coming by land? Okay, so we only have 1 sea route. That's for weapons and iron. So we can safely ignore Tingus for now. And yeah, it looks like we're going to start with Narbo and Massilia. Science. Is there anything funky with prices? Nope. Pottery is reasonable. What else do they sell me? Well, we're definitely opening up trade with Narbo. 100%. We will be exporting. Prices are not vanilla. Okay. Well, we're going to export all the things we can. So that's going to be furniture, pottery, and iron. Pottery's not bad. Furniture is better. And iron, well, it's just a bulk export. Okay. Where's the road to Rome? Over here. Oh, there's another... Oh yeah, I should check raw materials. So we get clay pits and iron mines. Ah, okay. So I can't make furniture without importing timber, which I can get from Massilia, but it costs a lot of money, and I don't really have all that much to start. There's some along the road. Where? Will this allow for clay? Nope. I mean, oh no. I mean, there's this. Oh no, did they patch that out? Ah. 2 to be precise. On a low ground near a road from Rome, and on the cliff above it. Here? Road from Rome. Here? Was that a tiny little spot of water? I guess that's a tiny little spot of water. Okay. Alright. Alright. Looks like I only have room for 1. Left. Let's delete all this stuff. Raw materials, clay pits here. Oh, there's another spot here. Okay. There's another drop of water we can get clay out of. Alright. Okay, well, this one I don't need to... at least I don't think I do. I don't think I need to set up anything for native huts. Thanks, Marek. So yeah, well, let's start with that one. And we'll be space conscious here. Although I could put them out over here. Sure, let's put them out over here. Okay. We'll chop up that road to Rome almost immediately. Is there room for a warehouse here? There is. Okay. So let's stick a warehouse there. And we're going to be accepting pottery. Now this won't actually cover the their pottery demands. But we can cover the demands for iron. Let's actually set this so you take 16 of each. And we'll stick 2 iron mines here as well. There we go. So that is our starting industry. We have a little reservoir here, so I can come on, there we go. So I could set up my kind of starter housing in this area here. It's also viable. Yeah. I mean, it looked like it would be. So I'm going to try to put temples in tight around the reservoir here, because that will help with desirability. Oh, we're getting there, we're getting there. Hold your horses. Okay. Okay, so there's some farmland over here. I might have to move one of those temples. Okay. Right. Oh, very nice. I can manage a fountain over here. Okay. Do, 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 do. Okay. Again, let's pop Alarium in there. Okay, so let's unpause, let people come in. Oh yeah, salary and savings. I should take a look at that. Alright, we've got a modest salary. We'll drop that a little bit. Taxes are fine. We don't really need to touch it. Because with Eqstris, you only get the mood malice if you're actually taxing them. Yeah, 175 in the piggy bank. Generous, yeah. Such generosity, never before seen in a Marek map. So is this going to be enough people? Fit a lot more if I fed them. Let's see. Let's be patient. Just gotta wait for people to come in. Put a little bit more in there. Is this gonna water them? I think they'll be okay once they merge. Hopefully that will be all right. Okay, industry is starting up. And it looks like we're getting the population we need. Good. And everything evolved nicely. Not evolved, but merged nicely. Let's go ahead and merge those as well. Make a little house in there. We can get ourselves a little bit of unemployment. Alright. Okay, and with that unemployment, I will build a mission post. Get another clay pit going. Just double check this is the only native in the area. Yes, okay. And we can stick another warehouse up here. You will also be accepting... No, not clay. You will be accepting pottery. And you can put 2 pottery workshops up here. And you will now be getting pottery up to 16. Actually, how about you get pottery up to 24? And... you know what? Things aren't so tight that I need to... I need to double up on my warehouse. Yeah, I think I can just have them walk a little bit further. So you actually just accept a full warehouse worth of iron, and you get a full warehouse worth of pottery. So he'll come over here. Yeah, they really are. So he'll come over here, grab the pottery. These guys will still deliver pottery into here. Are they? Okay. Well, that's fine. We've got room for... we can fit more iron around here. And that took care of my my small amount of unemployment. Okay, so we should now be... we'll now be producing more. More than our iron quota. Yeah, I'm already making money, yeah. Oh, there's even a native trader? I didn't even notice the native trader. I thought I had to pacify the native trader to get them to show up. Where's that trading hut? Yeah. I get. Is that a change with Augustus? Now, where is that trader's hut? They don't normally show up like that. I don't know. In the northern corner. Oh, there he is. Okay. Well, it is supposed to take a mission post. So I'll put a mission post there. Although he's not pathing very well, is he? Is there any way I can fit one up there? Doesn't seem like it. Alright, there he goes. There we go. Alright, that way we at least come by our sales of pottery to the natives, honestly. So, okay, now they're greedily gobbling up all my my pottery. But since I can sell pottery to the natives, maybe I should try to make more. Because there is all this water down here, so we could set up. I could set up pottery down this way. It's an awful long trip. I think maybe I set up feeding my people first. Yeah, furniture or more iron. The current production, I should be maxing... With my current levels of production, I should be maxing out their trade. So the real money is going to be in opening up trade with Massilia, which would mean even more pottery. Yeah, Capua. Yeah, all these guys buy. Yeah, okay. So they, like, a lot of them buy iron. So these guys also buy iron. Okay, well, let's open up trade with Massilia. That's going to mean more iron. I'm going to move those guys. How much iron do you buy? We still have 15. Okay, so that's 2 more iron mines. Okay. Go. So that will meet the iron demands. Now, what would be best? Hauling pottery up here, or would it be better off just setting up some clay pits that dump clay into warehouses, and then I bring the clay up here? Yeah, I think you're right. Either way, I'm going to need more people. Oh yeah, you're right. Yeah, that is very true. Better the finished product. Okay. Okay, but before I do that, I think I need to actually feed some people. And Marek has generously provided me with wheat for this map. So I can actually... well, product is a good all-purpose word. In fact, that's why they use it for drugs, because it could mean anything. Yeah, I should move this stuff. Oh, or maybe not. No, it was actually fine there. Thematically makes sense for a Temple of the Series to be close by too. So we'll put the granary over here. Stick a wheat farm like so. And crumbs. Can I shift this guy over one? I can. Okay. Maybe I'm better off doing something like this. Okay. It's going to be a bit inefficient on engineers posts and the like. Okay. Put down a couple marketplaces. Nope, right, we ran out of money. Oh yes, that's right. I always forget. Okay. So we're gonna have people coming in now. But I think I'm still gonna need more houses. And I should make use of all the watered area that I can. So we'll put some more housing in. Oh, right. I didn't put the road in. Okay. We can put more houses here. This should actually work. Alright. We can move one of these temples. Actually, let's move that temple to Mars. Oh yeah, I'm pretty quickly blitzing through all my money, aren't I? Yeah, it's fine, Caesar. Don't worry about it. Right. Yeah, we're in debt. We're in debt. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. This should be lots of food, though. I think it will let me feed everyone fairly well. And let's actually tax people. It's not going to be a lot of money from these like hovels and things, but some money. Should be fairly easy for me to bring them up to Casas too. Oh no, Caesar, why are you asking me for pottery? Come on, man. Alright. Is Toga Boy getting angry? 24. It'll be fine. We'll get his pottery and then he'll be happy. Yeah, just gotta let that pottery pile up. Okay. Unemployment issues are almost resolved. Sorry, not unemployment. Labor shortages are almost resolved. We can evolve these further with a library and a theater up here, which will make us more tax money. Okay, labor shortage is almost gone. Okay, so these guys don't want to evolve because of desirability. I think Lariums will be one of my go-to solutions of choice for this stuff. Because Lariums are great. They not only do they give a good amount of desirability, they prop up favor with the gods. Okay. They're basically little mini oracles. There we go. Rome's paying more wages. We should at least keep pace with Rome's wages. Okay. Nice. So initial city is all set. What's going on with my pottery? I thought I set a export limit. I guess the labor shortages were hitting us. Okay. So we're gonna build more pottery over here. Was that looting in the city? Oh, enemies closing. Uh-oh. And a distant battle. That's a problem. Alright. So... yeah, I'm sure it'll be fine. It'll be fine. Let's build 6 pottery workshops. The warehouse here. Do you accept pottery? Maybe another prefecture. And so that I can maintain, I can try to help prevent these guys from running halfway across the map. I'm going to put a second getting warehouse for pottery. I could probably be exporting, making even more iron too. It's not a high value good, but I've got unemployed workers. Oh yes, yes. No traders on the coastal spot. No traders at all. Not even market ladies. Okay. Right, so I need to start thinking about getting a military up and running. Also, how are you guys doing for damage? Oh, good thing I built extra iron mines. Is this guy coming back over here? Yeah, even though he's across the street, I think he's spawning up here. Caesar wants his iron. Ah, crap. Yeah, okay. So I gotta move this engineer's post. There we go. Right. Caesar wants even more iron. Or even more pottery. Well, not even more pottery, he just wants that same amount of pottery he always wanted. Uh-oh. Oh. Alright. Time to send Caesar a present. Okay. What are you guys doing? Oh, I can send him his pottery. collecting taxes. It's a pretty piddly amount of tax. Ah, yes, I should definitely do that immediately. Okay. Alright, iron is one of the only things we're actually meeting the quotas for. You guys are producing that pottery. Can I sneak in more iron mines around here? Sure can. Let's do that. Okay, I guess I gotta use these rocks. So it'll be Isengard 2.0. Okay. Now, hopefully that will be enough to saturate demand for iron. Should be. So I would like to not have to whatchamacallit, you know, they're increasing, not have to set a limit. Let's see, how's favor doing? It's at 25. Okay, maybe I do need to put in a limit for the iron. Alright, let's only export over 16. We're having pottery starting to pile up down here. These guys could be more highly evolved. There we go. Okay, iron is finally starting to pile up. Oh, but I also set a limit. Okay. Take your request, Caesar. And let's drop that export limit back down to 0. Yeah, I saw Jake is streaming as well, but I don't know. I pretty much always stream on Mondays. And this is not one of his normal streaming days, so I'm gonna stream anyway. So normally I don't stream while Jake is streaming, but yeah, exactly. I did favor just tanked, yeah. You'll go wherever Caesar is, says Illustrajon. There you go. Good man. Okay. I might need... Oh boy. That is the enemies at the door. Gods are unhappy. Oh man. free stress because I might be a... Oh man, that's awful. Sorry to hear that, Death's Head. Alright, we're gonna do that for now, just to stop the gods from cursing us a whole bunch. I'm also going to need to build up some military, regardless of the costs, because I can't delay doing it much longer. We accept wheat. Yeah, that's rough. Well, hopefully they're... Well, you know, on the flip side, I don't know how much you liked your job, but there is a... everything I've been seeing has been talking about labor shortages all over the place, so hopefully it'd be easier to find a new job? Don't know. Alright. Okay. Yeah. Well, there may be other security jobs around. Increased trading. Okay, they're both just buying lots and lots of iron, so fine. I can sell you lots and lots of iron. Hey, Kara, how you doing? I'm struggling to balance the books as usual. Should I put another warehouse here? Oh, it's going, it's going. Clutch gift to Caesar. I don't need to send one at the moment. We're at 24 favor. That's actually enough to prevent the guy from murdering you. So we're fine right now. I don't really have much in the way of cash anyway, so actually let's increase our salary to the scenario level. All right. Do. Yes, buy the pottery. Hey, Mr. Panda. Welcome. Yeah, it's another one of Marek's maps. He makes them nice and tough. This one isn't so so brutal though. Here's the Legion. Oh no, my favor tanked right before the Legion showed up. And we don't have any kind of gift to send them. Okay, well, I guess we're restarting. Yeah, I was missing the invasions. Well, let's watch Caesar's boys tear down the city. I thought I had enough to avoid this, but I was wrong. Okay, so yeah, all right. Well, let's reload that. We're gonna start over. Yeah, it needs to be right over 20, but I had 24, but I forgot about the end of year tick where it then drops. Right. So how do I do that better? I mean, producing pottery locally here was good. They just wanted to apprehend me. Yeah, I was the real culprit. I gave Caesar his dishes. He got his dishes. So they will buy stuff in the order on the traders list. Yeah. So they'll actually buy pottery last. I definitely want to be selling lots and lots of iron, so the native traders are will pretty well always be buying iron. Which is too bad. That also means I don't really need to fuss too much about setting that up right away. Let's open up trade with Narbo. Have that one clay pit there, and we're going to put the mission post here. Yeah, the hope of escape. Yeah, exactly. Death's Head knows where it's at. There's no reason to like have the pottery workshops where I had them. Put a bunch of iron there. There we go. Okay. And we can put 1 and 2 pottery workshops here. This is where they're going to be coming in. Let's put a iron workshop here. And I'm going to put, I think, 4 warehouses for getting pottery. You guys all get pottery. Okay, let's unpause for a second just to let the native risk go away. I will, yeah. If I ever manage to build up the points, I'll for sure be dictatoring it on you, Deathset. There are never enough Caesar 3 streams. Oh, they fixed that, did they? No, of course. Okay. Makes sense that Kira would edit out my favorite glitches. That's fine. That's part of the whole reason for streaming in the first place. Well, the missions posts working without having any labor assigned to them. A bit like how theaters will work if they don't have, even if they don't have the schools. Two. There you go. I'm not even sure if it's a glitch necessarily, but it's on the same level as the you know how as like the theaters providing coverage. Oh, it's meant to be because I can it's because I can easily ROM those, and initially because I bought a SNES controller for the Mario Marathon, and I wanted to make sure I got my money's worth out of the SNES controller, so I limited it to those games, just to make sure I used it. But I have definitely gotten my money's worth out of it. I think I've adjusted the description now to say any game that I own or can be easily emulated. Basically, so long as I can get the game for a low or next best thing to free cost, I'll play it. Okay. Yeah, I do find that's kind of a it's definitely a thing in Caesar 3 that kind of a lot of being good at this game is just knowing how the mechanics work, because the game doesn't make it easy for you to find out. Okay. Ah, yes. So we can now put the clay pit along with a warehouse and two workshops, pottery workshops. Of course, we are critically short of workers, but we should be able to resolve that soon enough. Got people flooding in. Did I ever say to export things? I did not. Export the things, please. Let's see. How much housing do I have in the city? 300. Okay. We should be okay. They did, yeah. It's called Emperor Rise of the Middle Kingdom, something like that. Dennis Wolf streams it fairly often. Yeah, Emperor Rise of the Middle Kingdom. That's it. It's a pretty good game. I haven't actually played it, but it looks very good. Yeah, someday I will play it. Yeah. You have to send it to the market, and then to the warehouse, and then they go and pick it up from the market. Ah, this guy isn't getting water. Oh, fire in the city. Yeah, I guess this, let's add a prefecture over here. What was that? Tent. I also want to play through the Pharaoh campaign. I have actually streamed a little bit of Pharaoh, but then I found out they're going to be putting out an official remaster. So I decided to hold out until the remaster came out. But who knows when that's actually going to happen. So I might break down and just stream Pharaoh. When am I going to do the request streams? I will probably do my my pending request streams on either Friday or Sunday. Actually, probably Friday. I could do the request streams on Friday. So I think I'll do the request streams on Friday. Because I have two. I think there's 2 request streams in the queue right now. I'm gonna have to figure out a PlayStation emulator for one of them. So I've never used. Why are some of the gods? What? How did I end up with this incredibly scuffed god layout? Which gods are missing? Oh, Venus isn't touching a road. That's the problem. So she wasn't. The temple wasn't collapsing, but it was also not actually working. And I need a temple to Mercury. Ah, there it is. It also wasn't touching the road. Okay. That should fix it. There we go. Gods should not curse me. Right, this guy is working, but it doesn't feel right. Taking advantage of that without actually having a road, so we'll put a road in there. Yeah, it was. I saw that it's in like alpha. They're doing pre-alpha stuff now, so maybe it'll come out soon. I mean, I don't know how much they're actually reworking. Because I doubt they're gonna like totally redo the core gameplay. Oh, the dev team is just 2 people? Okay. Well, I mean, I guess this was made by what? 1 person? 2 people? Like two or 3 people? Volunteers? Julius was mostly 1 person's work. Yeah, there you go. 1 god. An absolute legend of a person. Goddess, there you go. They should rename the Temple to Venus after them, as thanks for their amazing work. Yeah, I've liked the. I'm on their Discord. They have a little Discord for Pharaoh. I check it out every once in a while. They post pictures of the artwork for their new models fairly often, and it looks pretty good. Yeah, it's yeah, they have a I think they even stream their artwork on the 3D models they're making for the buildings. Well, it's not like 3D, but which might be of interest to you. I think it's called Crystal Studios, something like that. Well, I mean, 3D in the same way that this is 3D, sort of. It's the same kind of like isometric models. But they stream the. As far as I know, they stream their arts, like their artwork. Favors clutch, yeah. We're pretty on the cusp here. I could send him a present, but I know he's going to be requesting some goods soon. And we should have a. Yeah, that's isometric. Oh, so you draw them in Photoshop. Okay. So it's not actually a 3D model. So... okay. I guess that's what, maybe that's why... Yeah, I find the, like, when you place the new buildings, they look a bit, like, you can tell they're different, right? That they weren't originally in the game. It's not a knock on them, they look great, but, you know, they just look slightly different. Well, I find they look a little different. Yeah, have you seen my emotes? Of course I'm an artist. Hey Erkin, how you doing? Can I help you make some emotes? Sure. Well, I have actually have a link I can send you, Death's Head, that shows you. Well, there's a free kind of like image editing tool online. I think it's called Pixlr. Can't remember exactly what it's called, but I use that for my my text emotes. And then a lot of the oh, these are all going to burn down. What am I doing?
My governors think money grows on trees.
No, Caesar's mad. Don't even have the pottery for him. It's the labor shortages that are killing me right now. I think I overbuilt. And I definitely don't have enough housing capacity to fill up the missing labor. I could open up the other trade route. The thing is, I don't even have the labor for it yet, so... oh wait, those are native huts, aren't they? Bloody Fox, thank you for that follow. But right now, we're just trying to get enough spare labor in here so that we're not all going broke. Okay. I could tank education. So So, well, actually, you're number 1, you're number 2, you're number 3, you're number 5. Damn. Oh no, you need to be number 5. There we go. And then we'll tank health and education. Because the mission post will keep working even without workers. Yeah, well, we're not really actually doing any education right now. The only thing we're doing is teaching the locals some Latin, so that they don't murder us for building too close to them. Okay. How much housing do I have now? 225. Okay, that should take care of the... I haven't sent a gift yet. I'm waiting for the Mega Pa to send a present to Caesar. Because sending it any earlier... this is a custom map called... I can't remember the name of it, but it's a custom map made specially for me by Commissar Marek here. What is the name of it? Colonia Julia Eqstris. Marek will be putting it online at some point. And when I put this on YouTube eventually, I'll have a link to the map on my YouTube recording of this, so you can find it there. If you're really nice, Marek might even give you might even send you a link or something. Hey Dennis, how you doing? Okay. So this unemployment problem should go away. I'm going to go ahead and open up that trade route with these guys. It's going to put me even deeper into debt, but I think the exports are going to be worth it. Oh, we can send Caesar his request. I'm also going to hold on to that. Yeah, I know. I got time, so we're going to hold on to the Caesar's request here. Basically, I'm going to hold it in my back pocket for the Omega Pa. Well, there you go. The this map was named after you. We didn't even know it. You do have that option. In fact, I use that option most of the time. You can build a large army and just murder Caesar when he comes and tries to fire you. But at the moment, I'm so incredibly broke. Well, actually, maybe I should start doing that all the time. Yeah, most of the time, that's what I do. But this map, well, the way I've set myself up on this map, that's not going to work super well, because Caesar's army will come in right here and he'll destroy all my trade stuff. So it'd be much better for me to not have it come to that. But it looks like I'm going to be paying off my debts soon. Of course, Caesar wants iron. Let's set a trade limit for iron as well, because Caesar wants 16 of it. So we will only sell over 16 units of iron. Because I want to hold on to these I want to hold on to these requests until the last possible moment. Because I'm in debt, that's like a constant strain on my relations with Caesar. Yeah, he can be very annoying. But really, he makes the game. Oh, we got a blessing from Mars. Well, we've already... Oh, there we go. We're out of debt. We're already out of the one-shot territory. Because I've already had to do a restart. I cheesed off Caesar too much on the first attempt. But we look to be in good shape here. And now that I'm out of debt, I'm thinking I'm actually just going to send him his requests now. And we can get rid of the export limits. So there's no point in sending Caesar one of his requests when you're in debt, because well, unless you're near the end of the year, because he's going to be way more pissed off that you haven't been sending him tribute. Alright, Caesar's happy. A little happier anyway. And I think we're starting to yeah, alright. Money is balancing out. I think these 4 warehouses are doing an okay job of pulling the pottery out of here. It doesn't seem to be piling up that much. And these guys are putting out a lot of pottery. Alright, I should build a military of some kind. While I have some money. Although we are short, we're still short on people. I really thought I would be balancing out my labor. I mean, if I evolve these houses, that would give me a labor surplus for sure. But that's also going to cost me a lot of money. Yeah, I mean, I could fit in more tents, but I think I'm actually better off building up the farms. Because I'm gonna have to do it eventually. May as well do it now. Oh yeah, this game's been out. It's still a fairly active game. It's really remarkable. This game has been, well, like you said, out for over 90 years, and there are lots of all kinds of good stuff. Did I ever play the 4th? Do you mean Emperor? Oh, Caesar 4. No, I've never played that one. I should try it sometime. I know it's not good. Everything I've heard is that it's not a good game. But, you know, I still feel like I should try it. I see. I don't know about should? Okay. Alright, maybe I won't try it then. Ah, damn. Okay. This is all too tight here. Alright. Okay, so we can use this like a little intersection. Actually, let's put that engineer's post here. Alright. You're accepting wheat. Let's stick a market. It's blocking it. The road. We could put a market here. Stick another market up there. May as well hook this up with the rest of the city. Pop a little marketplace up here. Yeah, these guys are actually pretty disconnected from everything else. So I'm gonna hope these 2 wheat farms are gonna be enough to feed everybody. Alright. Good to know. Maybe I shouldn't play it then. Alright, so Caesar is grateful for the stuff I sent him, so we're good. Also, let's give 80 denarii to the city. Because there's no point in having more than 200 denarii in your personal funds. Another route is very important. Yeah, well, I'm kind of broke, so I'm gonna let funds pile up a bit more. And I need a military. Oh, none of that food stuff is going to be working. So let's remove the priority on that. Or actually, we can do priority 5. Or maybe priority 4, then that's 5. Yeah, I think that's pretty accurate. I did see Gamer Zach do a stream of original Caesar, which was interesting. But it was definitely very, very old school jank. Yeah, so like they look neat, but they're not like cool enough that I would be tempted to like pick it up or try it out. Like there isn't enough to justify the old school jank, in my opinion, anyway. Maybe there's some real original Caesar fanatics out there, but for me it's noon. I'm on the east coast of North America. Yeah, I haven't seen much of Caesar 2. Uh-oh. Is that enemies out the door? It is. Crap. Let's build an army. It's 2 p.m. Where would 2 p.m. be? Man, where would 2 p.m. be? It sounds like the middle of the Atlantic. Brazil? Oh, Iceland. Yeah, there you go. Ah, okay, it is Brazil. Haha. I guessed right. Nice. We have a few Brazilians who hang out. Most notably Bellcat. Bellcat's here quite often. She's for sure my favorite Brazilian that hangs out. And every once in a while we get Orlov and Relics. Oh, you disabled. You disabled academies. Very sneaky. Military Academy is not necessary? Alright. Okay, well, hopefully the 1 unit of javelins plus the Spirit of Mars will be enough to save us. Alright. How much housing capacity do I have now? Alright, we got lots of available space. Hopefully that will be enough to take care of my labor shortages. Oh shoot, it's hitting military. We need the military working. Yeah, these guys could use some religious facilities. One of the gods, well, all the gods are starting to get mad. I don't have access to marble, do I? Not having access to marble is a much bigger problem in Augustus than in Julius or Vanilla. So you really need to you really need the efficiencies of scale from large temples. Uh-oh. Alright, where can I get marble then? I can only get it from Syracuse, and it costs a fortune to open the trade route. Yeah, well, that's not going to happen right now. I'll just have to pay through the nose when I eventually have the means to open that trade route. Okay. Well, Bloody Fox, if I don't know if you have the mods for this game, but if you don't, do yourself a favor and look up the Julius and Augustus mods. It's what I'm currently playing. It makes playing this game a much more pleasant experience. If anything, I would say it's like basically mandatory nowadays. It's not unplayable with the like base version, but I certainly could never go back to base Caesar 3 anymore. Okay. Yeah, I don't see why anyone wouldn't use Julius. Because it's basically the same game. Hungry soldiers. Oh, I didn't tell this thing to accept wheat. The difference is HD, and that's about it, isn't it? Like you can play full screen. There's some like bug fixes, and that's about it, I think. I'm actually going to accept vegetables and wheat here. Yeah. But you can turn those back on or off with Julius. I, for one, just love these. I love these marble columns. Even though this isn't the objective to make the map pretty, you just kind of make it pretty by default, and that is great. Maybe I'll switch this guy to getting wheat. Made from the finest imaginary marble, yeah. Well, maybe they're plaster columns. Yeah, the main things that the Julius mod does is just make it a modern experience. Or like at least semi-modern experience. Lots of quality of life stuff that just didn't exist back in the day. Alright. Alright, yeah, Marek. I hear you. I'll look at the trade routes. Alright, I got one fort. It's not quite full yet. Well, one thing I am not doing is producing furniture. Which route would I open? This guy's hella expensive. Also really expensive. They buy a wine. Can I even make vines? No. So I would need to import vines. Which I get from Syracuse. Yeah, so I'm thinking that's the main thing. Oh, these guys buy timber. Yeah, I think I open Capua because I could sell them weapons too. Yeah, and they sell timber. Yeah, Capua and Tarentum would be the next two. Functionally, yeah, Capua for sure, because they will sell me timber. Alright, let's open up trade with Capua. And we'll say we're exporting all the... Now I just need to find a spot to set up my furniture industry. So I can't use these because these are going to be busy getting too busy getting pottery to deliver timber. I could set up a warehouse right here. You will be accepting timber and furniture. And you'll also be accepting furniture and getting getting 8 timber. Sure. Stick another furniture workshop over there. Caesar says pa to that idea. Okay. So we need to import. We're exporting that. Open a trade route to export. So I could export veggies if I really wanted to. Okay, exporting over 0. I should consider exporting weapons as well. So you accept weapons. I will, yeah. I haven't touched Toy 4 in quite some time. So it will be an experience. I've heard about it, but I haven't done anything with it yet. So it should be interesting. Yeah, I can only sell 15 worth of weapons anyway, so those 3 workshops... What? The road to Rome wasn't blocked? What are you talking about? It's right there. Freaking game. Alright. Yeah, but the weapons workshop wasn't blocking the... Oh, it's that weapons workshop. Okay. But the road's right there, it's fine. Alright. Okay, game. That's the way you're gonna be. I guess I could have the road continue up this way. I could sneak a couple more weapons workshops up here. There we go. This is all such a mess. That's fine. It'll be okay. With all this industry, we'll be able to pay this debt off, no problem. No, I don't think I ever turned off... Yeah, no traders over here, please. Also, no traders over here, please. Okay. Alright. So we're hurting on the timber right now. I could kind of micro it, and actually we can even set a limit. Let's say we import up to 14. Yeah. And I'll see how that works. Okay, how am I doing on housing? Got 89 more available houses. Okay. Let's see if some more marble columns won't convince some of these places to evolve. Okay, so they're just not working because we have labor shortages. Alright, too little entertainment over here. Oh. Okay, where is that? Hopefully my 1 unit of javelins will be enough to kill these guys. Uh-oh. That's not good. Okay, so that they'll at least come the long way around. I do have the Spirit of Mars, so I think I'll be okay. Spirit of Mars killed some of them. Okay. Alright, you guys need to run. Oh dear. These guys can't handle those kind of losses. Shoot! Okay. Well, yeah, we can just keep cutting them. Oh, look at all that money! Okay. How's Caesar doing? He's getting a little mad. Yeah, we gotta work on that micro. There we go. You guys can go back to base. Yeah, it's great savings. Alright. Did you guys leave? Yeah, with the lenient, the trade is fairly generous on this map. Wait a second. Oh no, there's like 2 of them left. I thought they were all dead. Come on, prefects, kill them. Oh. How did they sneak past me? I fight funny. Get over there. Ah. I thought the music was kind of bugged out, and that's why it was still running. But no. Oh boy. This is... Is that all of them? Alright. Okay, just making things interesting, you know. There are some very rude chaps, Steph said. Okay. There's a small casa. This is another small casa. That was one of my beloved Larians. That was a library. Okay. Amazing. These 2 wheat... Oh wait, this is also getting. Yeah, I forgot this was getting. Okay, so they need a library. Let's see, where could I sneak in a library around here? You know what, why don't I delete that, and I'll stick a library on the end here. Okay. Yeah, yeah, definitely want more forts. I'm gonna put a javelin fort, another javelin fort over here. Where are other invasion points? Could come in over here. I'm just going to use javelins since Marek has told me military threats aren't that big on this map. This could be an invasion point over here. Alright, that'll be fine for now. Ah, we can... Yeah, I mounted our auxiliaries as well. Yeah, I guess I could put some mounted troops as well. There. There we go. That's all my military built. Right. Okay, we made it up to 2,000 people. We're still in labor shortage country. And yeah, I need to start putting this to use. Where am I going to put Alright. So where the heck am I actually gonna put people? This is a big wide open area in here. Got food up on the hills here. And this is the main reservoir, sure. I guess there's room to put people in here. Yeah, I just built the reservoir. I'm just trying to decide where can I actually put people. So I guess I could house people in here. In here. And in this area. No, I can't use this area? I'm closed by cliffs, right. yeah, I could just squeeze a handful of people in there. Alright, so I guess we gotta follow this then and see where this can go. So we could house people in here. Okay, we can house people in here. I was like, we could can sneak the reservoir. I even knew, yeah, even around here. Because yeah, we can get into this valley over here. We could get into this valley. We can get into this valley. Yeah, it looks like we can get into all the major valleys. Oh, see you, Bloody Fox. I usually stream Caesar once a week. And till the end of the new year, I'll be we'll be having 2 Caesar streams a week. So yeah, hope to see you again. Well, Caesar 3 is kind of a funny game that way. You're actually better off having isolated city networks. You don't want city-spanning road networks, because that really messes with the walkers. So this in here is a complete mess. It's a rabbit's warren of intersections and stuff. Thousands of urbanists cried out in horror. Yeah. Marek, you said I can't use roadblocks, right, for this map? Or you don't want me to use roadblocks? I'll assume that you don't want me to use roadblocks, so I'm not going to use roadblocks. Oh, only if no legionnaires. Okay. Well, I'll tell you what, I'm going to go no legionnaires and no roadblocks, because I'm not a scrub. I only use the... I've been using roadblocks a lot in my my beautiful city run. It's because I actually think they look nice. The new models they created. Put some palm trees here. All right. But this isn't meant to be a. This isn't meant to be a pretty map. It's meant to be an efficient one, and a pretty city. It's meant to be an efficient city. Yeah, those palm trees are there just to irritate you, Marek. Let's see. They could use some more desirability. Oh. why don't we prop up the favorability from the gods a little bit with Alarium. There we go, that did it. Does Alarium give more desirability than the marble column? Doesn't look like it. Right. So how are we doing on those furniture exports anyway? Oh, I can actually export a ton of furniture. It's 45 furniture. Jeez. And I make 10, 20... I only make 25 furniture, so I actually need a lot more furniture workshops. It's a lot of IKEA, absolutely. It is a lot of IKEA. Well, let's get more IKEA going. So that's 10, 20, yeah, 25 production of furniture. But I need 45 just to meet, to max out our exports. That's 30, 35. I can fill this area in. So yeah, 35, 40, 45, and a little bit extra because I am going to want to actually have some furniture for my own people, and this setup is pretty inefficient. I guess we'll put that there. Why not? Just one extra one there. Watch out. I did not. 32 wheat? Oh, but I can send it from my granaries. Nice! Yeah, let's do it. There you go, Caesar. You can have the food that would normally feed my people. How's the old military doing? Okay, they're building up. Okay. I think I should build... I definitely want more people. These guys are working along. That will max out the furniture. I should look at other trade routes to open up. I mean, Tarentum, they buy weapons and furniture, so that's even more dosh, and that's stuff I'm already producing, so that seems like a no-brainer. That's going to mean... And they sell me olives, yeah. So that's going to mean yet more weapons workshops. And they... So weapons and furniture. So I would now need to be producing 60 furniture, right? Because they buy... That's 15, 30, 45, 50, 60 furniture. 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60. Ugh, and I don't have any surplus. Damn. Okay, so I need to make yet more furniture workshops somewhere. Oh, also this guy needs a road. I would also need... so right now, how many weapons workshops I have? I've got 4, so that's 20. But I need even more than that. 25, 30. To meet demands. And I might even need another iron mine. Can I put an iron mine here? No. Okay. Let's just toss another weapons workshop here then. Yeah, that's probably going to be a problem almost as soon as I unpause, because I've just built a whole bunch of stuff. Can I sneak an iron mine here? Exploit mine. Okay. Oh, but that's going to block the road to Rome, isn't it? Yep. Damn it. So disappointing. Where the heck am I going to put more iron mines? So all my weapons stuff is over here. I think I do need to produce more iron. Yeah, because they're buying 40 iron. It's 55 iron. If I eventually open this up, they will also buy iron. These guys would buy iron and weapons. Okay. So I think I definitely need more iron here. I could put a few iron mines in here along the cliffs. And try to cram some housing in here. Yeah, maybe I should do that. But the marble can only come from Syracuse, so I need to... I would need to open up that sea route. But, you know what? That might not actually be a bad idea to do right now. We could stockpile marble, and I could sell them iron and weapons. Boo, Dennis. Big boos. Yeah, okay. Let's let our money pile up a little bit. Alright, Caesar's grateful for the wheat. And actually, while I'm waiting for the money to pile up a bit, let's spend a whole bunch of it. I mean, they're welcome within reason. I am almost as arbitrary as DDR arbitrary. I could fit quite a few people up on these cliffs. Could be worth it to just to start moving water over. Yeah, almost as though it was designed. Yeah, there's basically a hidden little water tile right here. There's a single dot of water there. There's a single dot of water here. one tile of water over here. Actually, I wonder. Would a reservoir work up here? No. Okay. But I am going to have to have long, snaky aqueducts to get water to everybody. Right, so... I think they patched it out. Or have they? Yeah. Yeah, so they've patched it out. Yeah, I agree, Dennis. What are they doing? Yeah. The fools. I agree with everyone's outrage. I think it's a travesty. Okay. So we can get quite a bit large watered area here. And there, I think. So I'm trying to like put the my fountains in spots that I wouldn't be able to use for anything else. I'm going to be able to put another reservoir in here, so I don't need to worry too much about this section. Same thing for over here. We're going to have another reservoir in there. And I'm not going to put fountains around this end because I think this will be more industry type stuff. Yeah, so this is going to have to be a bread basket up in here. Of course, have a native hut here just to be annoying. There's another natives around here hiding? No. He's the wise hermit of the mountain? Yeah. If I tuck it in right there. Or actually, I think it would be better if I put the mission post here. Yeah, there. So now it's taking up the same space as a farm would. Slow. Alright, so how should I lay out these farms? I can squeeze in 3 up there. Hey, Nick. Oh, it's going alright. playing a lovely new custom map made by Marek. This one is unusual for a Marek map in that it wasn't made specifically to maximize suffering. Although, hear the good word of Ceres. Yeah, I think I'm better off abandoning those wheat farms because I can fit more in here. Yeah, I get 3 this way instead of 2 up here. Where am I going to put the granary? I think that's the bigger question. Because depending on where I put it, because the food could come out through the bottom here. If it's coming out through the bottom, we can do something like that. Yeah. Well, we'll have to find out about that when it happens. If and when that happens. Although I'm sure it will happen. Okay. So this could be a pretty long way for these guys to go. Do I put a... I could put a granary in the middle here, accepting. Or I could put one up here. Oh, no, that doesn't actually work. Damn it. It's fine. All I'm gonna have to do is hit unpause and... damn it. That also didn't work. Shoot. Alright. This looks like it should work, but it won't. That also won't work. Yep. As usual, it's brutally tight. Okay, so it looks like no matter what, I have to... Or actually, I could put one right here. Yeah, that'll work. Oh, but then I'm, but I can just shift it over one. There we go. And that's not great, but it'll be fine. So you accept wheat. Okay. Excellent. This aqueduct needs to come through here. Okay. Yeah, Caesar definitely favors a grid-like design. But well, actually, I mean, Caesar doesn't really favor grid-like designs. Now that I think of it, because you really want to avoid intersections most of the time in Caesar. Intersections are very bad, or are generally like bad in Caesar 3. And as much as possible, you should avoid them. Now, this city has a lot of intersections, but that's because of how tight the terrain is. Alright. Yeah, but even in the campaign maps, like a true grid isn't the best. What you want are multiple loops. Like something, because a loop is the best layout for your walkers. Oh, you more meant using curves and yeah. Well, my in my beautiful campaign where I'm running through the map, the campaign again, using Eqstris, and I'm focusing on building pretty cities. I deliberately avoid. Well, I try to avoid using overly square streets. So you don't see. I try not to have big sections where the city is like very. Is this gonna work? And do I just have this guy getting? Yeah, why not? Let's have this guy just getting wheat. I think I'm gonna try to get away with getting granaries for these guys. Okay. We are going to need temples up here. So why don't we just go ahead and place another just another batch of all the different temples. Which is eventually going to hurt me economically, because the temples require cost a monthly upkeep on the Julius mod. Yeah, possibly. We'll see. We'll see when we get there. Do I do the crazy thing and link all this stuff up? Probably better keeping these distinct. Although, is it really that big of a problem? I think it is. I am going to keep them separate networks. Put a theater there, and I'm actually going to put that Temple to Venus here. Need more spots to stick a market. So for sure I'm going to want one down this way somewhere. Is this enough room for a road? No. Alright, we're just going to get rid of that. Stick a market here. Needs road access. All right. Okay. Yeah, we'll see if I need the plazas. Actually, speaking of plazas, let's stick some up here. And can use them over here as well. Oh, is that not enough? Oh, that's that wasn't actually the problem. Problem was education access. Is there any way I could sneak a school or something in this area? There is. Yeah, I think so too. Like it's very tight. When you have things this tight on the map, I think it's reasonable to give access to things like plazas. So I kind of want to see if this will. They have a range of 2. In theory, it should give these guys access to theaters and stuff. It's not really necessary, though. So I'll just get rid of it. It's just a waste of dosh. Although, I could stuff some temples in there. That would not be a waste of dosh. Let's stick a Temple to Venus there. Perfect. Increased trading. Massilia will buy more iron. Great. Yeah, it looks like we're struggling to keep up with iron demands. Can I expand the mines of Isengard? I can. There we go. Yeah, that would be cool. Alright, that's not gonna work. Or even just selectable types. Yeah, I think what I'll do is I'll replace this with a theater. And then I can plaza this stuff up. Oh, it's devolving because of desirability. Not desirability, because of labor shortages. How much housing do I have? I got a lot of available capacity. So I don't think the current labor shortage problems aren't a result of not enough housing. Just people haven't had time to move in yet. That being said, I am going to build more housing. Plonk a market up here. I should probably have a doctor and stuff running around too. Wages and sentiment. People are pleased with me. I am paying slightly less than Rome, but it doesn't seem to be stopping people. I will boost up the wages a bit though. I don't know if that actually increases migration into the city, but I'm not actually taxing anybody, so nobody cares. Everyone's happy to come live in this tax-free paradise. Since the wages might be slightly less, but they don't have to pay any tax. Tax-free paradise? What's the catch? Well, I guess the catch would be you get paid slightly less, but you don't have to pay any taxes. Yeah. And relations with the governor's relations with central authority in Rome might not be the best. So yeah. Caesar might just burn down your house at some point. But maybe it's worth it if no taxes. Toss some Lariums around. Some of these guys are getting mad because they're not getting food yet. Alright. But labor is recovering, so we should start to see things re-evolving. Yeah, exactly. There isn't really such a thing as no taxes. You pay them one way or the other. Come on. Just waiting on this whole area to build up. How are we doing with the gods? They're all pretty happy. I need a temple up this way. I think I'm going to move this temple to Neptune. Let's stick it right here. Damn it. Should have known that would happen. Yeah, exactly. It's very true. Which I think is part of the appeal of George Martin's stuff. Because Westeros definitely has the feel of I mean, if you went back far enough. But also, like, you know, the Lord did still have to provide some kind of services. Because even in the most authoritarian places, people will only put up with so much. Okay. Oh, Caesar wants furniture. I don't have any furniture in stock. I guess they're just gobbling it up faster than I can produce it. Which is honestly incredible. It's like, how do I even cram more furniture workshops in this area? Okay, let's add 3 more. Yeah, we're making loads of dosh. Oh, bars. Alright, could send Caesar his furniture. Oh right, I wanted to set up naval exports. I got so distracted setting up this area that I forgot to do that. I was actually speaking of Somalia, I was reading one of the things I was reading recently was talking about a de facto state in Somaliland. It was pretty interesting stuff. They're mainly talking about how this de facto state legitimizes itself. No, it's called Somaliland. And it's basically a city-state. Oops. I think these guys will be able to handle these. Yeah, pretty much. But if there's anything nation states hate more than changing borders, I haven't found it yet. Like, even in cases of genocide, the international community is extremely reluctant to recognize a like a de facto, like a separatist group. It can happen, but like it's not like an overnight thing. Yeah, but I mean, yeah, South Sudan is a thing. Bangladesh came to be as a result of. Well, Bangladesh came to be as a result of Indian interference, but more or less. So Bangladesh used to be West Pakistan. And the Pakistanis were basically genociding the Bangladeshis to maintain order, to maintain their control. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking of right now, Marek. I think I only need one port, though, because only one boat will come in at a time. Let's import 2 cities? But these guys are a land route. Crazily enough. Which I think is a bug. So this doesn't look like it should be a land route. Well, let's open it. It certainly looks like it's coming by sea. Yeah. I've got the dosh, so I figure I'll open it up as well. What do they buy? Iron. Okay. Well, let's set up all those industries. Will these guys buy wine? Capua buys wine. Syracuse sells vines. Okay. How much will Capua buy? 15 wine. Okay. Yeah, I'm more figuring out how I'm going to set up the wine business for land. So, we're going to set it up over here. Although I don't want to set it up right by the exit point, because they sell you stuff and then they go and buy things. So really, I should try to set up the wine over here somewhere. Also, let's get another iron mine going over here. Because our appetite for iron is almost bottomless. Oh, also, they don't have anywhere to go for that stuff. Right. Yeah, I could just shift some workshops around. But I mean, I kind of want, whoops. I kind of want all this stuff where it is. It's true. This iron doesn't necessarily have to be here. Like all this iron in here, I could move it. I could move this iron, I think. Because iron is a lower cost good. Could move some of these furniture workshops. Well, the furniture workshops I do want to be close to where they're selling the goods. Okay. Yeah, let's keep you getting pottery. But you're now going to be accepting wine. You don't accept iron anymore. You now accept vines and wine. I don't actually need all that many wine workshops on this end, because the land roots are only buying 15 wine, right? Yeah, the land roots will only buy 15 wine. Okay. So this warehouse here, you're only going to accept up to 15 wine. And I'll move those. Now you're accepting up to max. You're accepting 16 wine. Boats do not come here. Traders either. Yeah, import up to the max. We're going to be exporting over 0. Okay. Right, so I need a new destination for my weapons. Actually, let's just move them. Because they can be set up over here, actually. Do I want to move? Well, actually, I have a bunch of iron mines over here already, so... Okay. Yeah, I kind of expected as much. So I should probably make use of them at some point. Like, all this iron can still make its way out over here. It doesn't really need to be over here. Yeah, I could have a much tidier setup over here with the iron. Should probably do that. But let's see. Iron mines. There we go. Right, how much iron do my land routes buy? 40, 80, 105. So 105 iron is just straight up being bought. Okay, that's 105. $25 was sold. Wait, so 40, 80. Oh, okay, yeah, just 80. All right. And each one puts out... Okay, so that's 10 iron mines, right, for the land routes. No, because each iron mine puts out 8. I've got 4 here, but then I'm going to need more for the weapons. So how much do my land routes buy in terms of weapons? Actually, not all that many. 30 weapons. Okay, so that means 13 iron mines will keep everything supplied. Yeah, I'm gonna just move these just to make space. One, 2, 3. 4, 5. Oh, there's even a little bit of farmland here. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 8, 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Alright, I guess I gotta use this one. Is it 10 I have? 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 11, 12, and 13. There we go. So that should match the should be enough for our land and weapons needs, just for the land exports. And then I need 6 weapons workshops. But I think I'm going to build slightly more than 6 weapons workshops. Yeah, in the hopes that the natives will buy my weapons. 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh shoot. There. And I'm gonna delete these ones. Okay. Yeah, this is the real Isengard here. Okay. Yeah, absolutely not. So, do you accept weapons? And, but not boats. I mean, putting it over here is probably fine. And you accept iron. No boats. Right. Are there any agricultural exports? No. Okay. So I guess this farmland is intended to be for feeding people up here. All right. Yeah, there's a bunch up here too. But with the wheat farms, I'm not expecting to have trouble feeding people. It's just to make things messy. Okay. But this should get the weapons exports humming along. Right, let's finish setting this up. Can I put another dock here? No. Okay. Right, so what do these guys buy? Iron and weapons. Iron and weapons. They want 30 weapons. Right, so they want 30 weapons, that's going to be 6 workshops, and they want 40 iron. So for 40 iron, that's... Oh no. This is an extra rude chap thing here, Marek. Oh, these are rocks. Aren't they? Oh, no, they're not. Super rude. Okay. Okay, there we go. Alright, so I could put all my iron in here. Well, that's what happens, Shajan. That's what happens. Well, there's also a bunch up here. Right, so what do I do? It's probably best to actually just produce it all in here. Okay, that should take care of the natives there. Oh, there's another one down here. Sneaky bugger. Right. So, wait, how much iron did I need again? So that's going to be 40. So that's 8, 16. 16, 24, 32, 40. So that's what we would need for export. Yeah, that's all right. We'll resolve that. I'll put another mission post here. And then I'll need 3 more for the weapons workshops. Well, we'll just be slightly below our export limit for iron by sea, which is fine. Iron is the lower value good anyway. Okay. So you will be accepting iron. You will be accepting weapons. And I'm going to put 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, I guess 7, 8 warehouses here. You get iron. You get iron. You get iron, and then the rest will be getting weapons. I just gotta make sure I go back and turn off caravan guys. Okay. Alright, those are all off. No caravans here, no caravans here. Good. What else do these boat people buy? They also buy wine, right. And they sell me grapes. Alright, so it's going to be... Well, actually, why don't I switch this this guy over to accepting grapes and wine. How much wine do they buy? They just buy 15, okay. So that's 1, 2. Is there anywhere? Yeah, I could put another wine workshop right here. Also, this road isn't touching that dockyard. Okay, big worker shortage. We could solve it by putting houses in here, or in here. I think this one will actually be a bit easier. Well, actually, I'll put the reservoirs in. Okay. And we're gotta hug the edge here. Okay. Freaking natives. Okay, you go there, put a road there. Yeah, I know you're mad, Susan. It's fine. We'll pay you off. Okay. Any other spots where you're doing that? No, we're okay. Ah, there's a little corner there. Alright. Time to spend some big bucks on expanding the population. Put one there. Put one here and one there. Okay, and we're just gonna carpet this whole area in houses. I've got plenty of money, Karen. It'll be fine. Okay. Okay. So we should make should start making loads of dosh once we unpause. Yeah. Although, well, we'll see. It'll be fine. Don't you worry. We'll be fine. Oh, don't need these iron mines anymore. See, we're already below negative 5,000 debt. No problem. Oops, missed that weapons workshop as well. We are exporting over 0. Good. Let's see, how much spare room do we have? 644. Okay. go. There, just deleting the debt. It's just going away. It's like it was never even there. Maybe you actually only accept up to 24, so I always have room for wine. Maybe you actually only accept up to 16. There we go. I'll do the same thing over here. Yeah, because you can accept wine. Okay. Okay, so these guys down here are a little bit hungry. Whoop. Collapsed building. Furniture workshop. Okay. Yeah, this is the trouble with all these intersections I've got going on here. I'll put that there, and we can replace the furniture workshop right here. Yeah, there, just like that. We're almost out of debt. Labor shortage is persisting, though. How much room do I have? Available capacity 445. So we should have the housing to hold all the workers we need. Oh, I never said to import the marble. Let's do that. You accept marble. And we will import the maximum amount. Marble is expensive, but it's fine. There we go. We're almost out of debt. The labor shortage is gradually disappearing. Yeah, we're even have all our industry working now. Hey, debt's gone. We're back in the money. Gods are getting pretty salty. I can squeeze in more small temples, I guess. So this is Neptune. This is Mercury. I mean, I could, but the Someone did the math once, and it's very much not worth it. Yeah, last one I need. I think it was Karu, actually. It's like 106 years to pay off. Suck. This is not quite worthwhile, I don't think. No. My vineyards. Okay. Oh, did you disable oracles? Oh no, we have oracles. Okay. So the Larium dump might still be worth it. Especially in this case where you're just swimming in money, like I am now. But I'd rather not resort to Larium dumps. I mean, I'll sneak the odd. I'll sneak them in every once in a while, because they are good for. They're pretty decent for desirability. Oh, there we go. We have some unemployment. Gods are cranky. It's probably just due to generally being short on gods. Yeah, they're all mad. Okay. What do I do? Oh, I blocked off the access to this thing. Yeah, I mean I could, but oh. Yeah, I mean, I guess why not? Do-do-do. Alright, that seems to have been enough to tip the gods over to indifferent. Even to pleased. Good. Alright. Alright, what's next? I think I'm now maxing out all my exports, right? I should be, anyway. Maybe not iron by sea, but that's fine. So long as I'm maxing out the value-added goods. Yeah, I think what I want to do then is true. Yeah. I could even try to evolve these into I mean, the city's stable right now. Oh. Of course. Where is it? Uh-huh. Yeah, the city's stable right now. Earthquake. It's a cute little one, yeah. So mostly it just made the pathing a lot worse. Yeah, it didn't actually hurt the city that much. Yeah, that's fine. I guess just want to make sure the path is still okay. Yeah, as far as an earthquake goes, that is not that bad. It'll make the merchants slightly less efficient. Now I'm hearing the sound of guys just kind of randomly dying once in a while, so that means I'm getting crime in some places. About their poor housing, okay. These supply food. Well, you know what? I can just move them across the street. And that would probably be great. And add a library here, so these guys will get access to education. Alright, I may as well get that going now, actually. Okay, residents are despondent about their poor housing. Yeah, these guys aren't getting food because of this jank market setup. Oh, I could just put another market over here. Throw another Larium over here. And are there any trees I can give you guys? There we go. Trade stopped. Ah. Oh. I don't think I do, actually. I need to... I tried to install it... No, yeah, I think I have 3.01. I tried to install it a while back, and for some reason it didn't work. And I just never got around to... I never got around to fixing it. So I'm still running on 3.01. All right. Yeah, okay. So these guys are still being little criminals. I should get food. Oh, really? Oh, that's fantastic. Thank you, Carrot. Oh, these guys are getting really mad. There we go. Now you guys have food, so stop whining. No? They're very upset with me. They're still despondent about their poor housing. So they're not getting entertainment. I'm guessing it's just the walkers and coming up around here. Let's just have the giant plaza of inefficiency. Yeah, their little side street just doesn't get a walker. All right, well, let's delete that. We could put another theater. I mean, at this point, I've put more services in here, just to evolve this one house. Oh. What about these guys? They need entertainment. Is there anywhere I could put a theater? We could put a theater down here, I guess. But that risks, it's a bit risky. Oh, actually, I should make use of this space. I for sure should make use of this space. So that means deleting that house. Moving this fountain slightly. Just to save your marbles. I mean, I didn't delete it. I just put a nice big plaza in there. Right. What next? We still got lots of time. I guess we could build our. You know what? Let's build our projects. So I want to build a lighthouse. Fishing is a thing. True. True enough. Why don't I build a second warehouse just to stockpile marble? Right, so I probably shouldn't block off too many of the fishing spots. Where am I going to put this lighthouse? Could tuck it down over here. I kind of want it close to the docks. Yeah, let's stuff it over here in the corner. I don't know if they take if they can collapse from fire or whatever. So what do you need? Lots of marble. Okay. I didn't realize these guys needed marble. So... Well, we've got a great source of it right here. And I want a caravanserai. Can't remember what caravanserai need though. So I'd like to build it up. Oh right, they need trader capacity upgrades. Yeah, yeah. Okay. Marble, clay, and timber. Okay. Will the boat sell me? You can also accept wine. Just 8. And you also accept wine. Just 8. Since I have wine sitting undelivered. True. So I could just put toss the caravanserai over here, since it doesn't need to be next to anything. Or up here, where there's some space, but it does need food. Yeah, let's just huck it in this corner over here. It needs to be on the trader route? I know. But this is more about... This one isn't a beautiful one. This is just about grinding out a win. Warehouse here. You accept, let's say, 16 clay, and you get 16 timber. It is an invasion point, but I've got some military right here. Oh yeah, did I limit my timber import quota? Yeah, let's just import max. Yeah, this might be kind of an awkward setup. Alright, let's not put the caravanserai there. I'm actually going to move my barracks as well. Alright, fine. We're going to put it up here. There we go. And I'll put some towers up here. wall here. Just so they don't come and mess with all this stuff. Alright, what do you need now? Timber. Alright. Oh, did I just screw up the paving? Probably. Let's put a gatehouse here. What time is it, by the way? 2:13. Alright. Look at all these weapons ready for export. Love to see it. How are we doing on this stuff? Alright, things are getting delivered. Right, so the holdup is just timber right now, which should be coming in. Yeah, got quite a bit of it. Another Gulag and Overseer Guild? Well, because I don't think the well, maybe. Because I think the bigger holdup is the actual stuff, but could put another one. Hey, Robic. Yeah, I slept in a bit longer than I normally would, seeing as I was streaming till like 2:30 last night. But it was a fun stream last night. I had a good time with that 7-day stream. Alright, we've made it to 5,000 people. I think I should consider evolving some of these into casas of some kind. Not casas, into insulae. Because that'll give us a nice boost to kind of our baseline prosperity. Yeah, it's pretty cool. It's a fun map. I really like it. Marek made this map to not be horrifically painful, which I appreciate a lot. Yeah, it's an interesting map. It's nice and tight. There's some attacks so that you're not just gonna fall asleep. Water is scarce, which is cool. So this is a very nice map. I like it. I like it a lot. I think it hits the sweet spot balance of challenge. Yeah, this is I like this kind of map. Doesn't have to be like savagely difficult to be a good map. That has its time and place, of course. But all right, so are these guys picking up pottery now? There should be pottery around for them to grab. Trade stopped. Oh, rude. So I should start. I'll be starting to be overproducing on pottery soon. Oh, they don't actually connect to my networks with Pottery. Let's hook these roads up. So now they'll be able to get in here and grab the Pottery. I'm actually tempted to I could switch this guy to. Yeah, it's true. It's not the end of the world. Could add an extra warehouse in here somewhere. Yeah, let's let's toss a warehouse over here, whose purpose is to just grab. You get up to 24. Actually, no. You just grab as much pottery as you can. I'll have a second warehouse here. You get as much furniture as you can. And those will be intended for domestic consumption. Yeah, my... Oh, yes, good idea. Yeah. I keep forgetting to do that, since I'm not used to it even being an option. I should put some towers up here just for fun. Right. Let's delete these. These trees, since they get in the way. Poor horses aren't going to make it. Yeah, normally your attacks are way bigger. These are like campaign size attacks. Peaceful campaign size attacks. Maybe even smaller than some of them. What are these guys anyway? Helveti. These ones are Helveti. I'm not sure. I always forget the tier lists of the barbarians. So they have slightly different stats. Helveti are quite strong. Okay. Good. Okay, so these guys are starting to evolve. It means I need to find a... Oh, do they actually get a boost against legionnaires? I didn't know that. Yeah, okay. I can put an amphitheater over here. Ah, get off my road. Damn it, get off my road. Freaking jerks. Come on. No. There we go. Alright. And I'll put an actors colony and a gladiator school over here. Which will hopefully lead to them coming over there. Let's bring this back up to 80% speed. Oh, we got the Caveranzi. I think the trouble is more. Which one is it? Quantitas Terrae. That's the one. Yeah, the trouble is that they're all getting, and are there? Where? I think that would be my only gripe with this map, Eric. Oh, there we go. There's one. Oh, in here. Is that it's very difficult to see where the water is. That's my... I think that would be pretty much my only complaint. Gotta, like, really squint to find water. Okay. Is there another scrap of water around here? No. Alright. So yeah, let's get 6 pottery workshops here. It's 5 and 6. So this will be a little bit closer. So the carts won't have to go so far. I mean the yeah, like the water yeah, the water world look of John's maps are really cool. Alright, so... why aren't you guys evolving? We're getting entertainment. By an actor or a gladiator. Okay. So you should be evolving past that, or is it because average entertainment is too low? It's good. Anyway, we need more people. So time to try to fill in this island, this little outcrop up here. Put another one of those there. But they're getting the amphitheater access. So if you look at amphitheater access, this guy's a large casa. Oh, maybe the theater isn't getting there? No, they're getting theater access. Oh, you know what it is? I think it's because they're... they might be getting the access, but I don't have enough actors colonies to get the full benefit. So how many actors colonies do I have? 7. So there. So each one of these can supply two venues. I think once those get running, they should evolve. Oh, really? In what way? Okay. Gods, how are you feeling? Ooh, Neptune is displeased. That's not good. Let's build a small temple to Neptune here. Put a market there. Have a market there. I want these guys to have baths, so we'll put a bath over here, bath over here, and make a bath here. I would also like them to be well entertained. I'm sending multiple destination walkers in a row. Ah, okay. Well, that sounds good. Put another market there. I'm going to need theaters. With libraries as well. I'll probably want another temple up this way. So let's get... I mean, we're supposed to build a grand temple to Mercury eventually, so let's put an extra temple to Mercury in this area here. something like that, I guess. And then this guy can come out like so. Sure. Alright. And, yeah, now we just add houses. We're gonna need a few prefects, for sure. We're gonna need an engineer's post. Let's give them doctors as well. And there's a granary right there, so I think they'll be okay on getting food. I could put another warehouse here, another granary getting food. But I think what I need more are warehouses getting furniture and pottery. Nope, no resets after the first one. I'd be very surprised if I had another reset. Yeah, I might actually need... Oh no, it's full. I might actually need to start taxing people. Yeah, I mean it's filling up as soon as a granary grabs from it. Maybe I do want to build a second granary here. You get wheat. Just so we can actually pull more of the wheat out of this thing. Yeah, I haven't put much thought into the Grand Temple yet. There we go. Now we're starting to see some casas, not casas, small insulae. Yeah, okay, so now they want furniture. It's always something new. I have to take quite the detour to get in here. Why is that, I wonder? Is this tree blocking the path? Might be. Oh, also, did I finish this thing yet? No. Oh, they're coming all the way over here. I should disallow the traders here. Okay, good. So if they carry 4 extra goods, are they purchasing 4 extra goods as well? Ah, nice. Okay. Oh, that means I could be... should have 1 extra. Okay, weapons is fine. Well, make 1 extra of those. Furniture, they're pretty well... I just can't make enough furniture, so let's make a couple more furniture workshops. Alright, what do you guys need now? Library, that's just because of labor. We'll have enough eventually. Let's stick a Legionnaire statue in here. Bit of extra housing. Why not? Fill in some of these empty spaces with Lyrians. A Legionnaire statue in here for a bit of extra desirability. Right, so the problem is I need more gladiator schools. Extra gladiator school there. I think everything is hooked up. Probably start considering taxing people. I'm hesitant to do it since I don't like really need to. Yeah, that too. They might just burn down the city, so just as soon not. Monument completed. Great. So we finished our lighthouse. Yeah, so you carry extra stuff. Which should be great because I've got loads of weapons and iron and wine to sell these guys. Are weapons piling up over here as well? They are. No, well, it wouldn't because these are those are added as a mod. Dev said so. They don't come in the base game. Yeah, you accept them. Cool. Okay, so basically, I can't sell weapons by land anymore. They do still buy furniture, which is good, I guess. But I seem to struggle to keep them supplied. I think I might want another furniture warehouse. Yeah, how about you get 8 wood? And then that'll help with the furniture delivery. Oh yeah, I can sell oil, can't I? Well, no, they'll sell me oil. Yeah. So I could import oil. Oil import price is 120. Would probably be better off just buying olives and converting it into oil. Oh yeah, that's what I would get. Yeah, oil is insanely expensive. Okay, so never import oil. Got it. Okay, very good. Okay, so this library isn't cutting it. I'm going to delete that, and we'll just toss a school in here. The first school in the city. Okay. Right. What about you guys? Yeah. Also want a school or a library. Where's the fire? What was that? A prefecture. A prefecture burnt down. Oh, I think it's because this whole area is cut off from the rest of the city. I'll just delete it. And I'll stick a school here. So these guys aren't getting enough entertainment somehow. Also, let's plaza this whole neighborhood up. No current gladiator plays. Okay. Why? Oh, I never hooked this stuff up. Right, so this isn't actually connected. But I could put a road around the back. And then the destination walkers would work their magic. Oh, it's gone, Shell. It's gone. Yeah, here they come. Okay. And that will allow things to evolve. And this whole mess is so inefficient anyway, I don't think I'm going to be hurt too badly. Yeah, it does make the city look quite busy. And the way Marek has restricted the water has actually made me concentrate the city quite significantly. Normally, you would be much more spread out. Okay. Okay, so they got the gladiators now. Oh, you could get, yeah, you could fit a lot of people on this map, I think. So why aren't aren't these destination walkers making it? What was that? Oh, that place burning down. Tells me I probably need a... Okay, here we go. Do I really not have enough schools, etc.? Really gotta spam out these schools. We're not getting actors up this way. Okay, we're stuck waiting on furniture. Yeah, they're not getting the actors. Oh, here they come. Alright. This is all not worth the trouble. Lighthouse has already been built. And I've got the export thing on it. So I think the next project is the Grand Temple. Yeah, you know what? Oh, actually, I could leave that Temple of the series there. Alright. And I'm going to toss an amphitheater here. Yeah, so the next big project is going to be my Grand Temple of Mercury. And I'm going to want to build that wherever I end up having patricians. So I need to figure out where I want to put patricians on this map. I mean, this is a nice bit of space in here. Could run water across there. Yeah, that too. I am going to want to bring them fish, though. Oh, do I have hippodrome access? We do have access to hippodromes. Can I get water in here? No, I can't. Oh, okay. There's a little patch of water right here. Yeah, that's why I've been stockpiling marble. I've got 2 warehouses that I've just been accepting as much marble as they'll sell me. Sitting, waiting to be sold. I could probably mothball a good chunk of those the weapons industry. So I could get water into this area. Oh, but I don't need to go to those kind of lengths. I can just bring a reservoir into here. If there is a reservoir here, not that useful. What kind of let's see. How many silly 4x4s could I fit in here? Probably not that many. Gardens. So that could be one. So in theory, I might be able to squeeze some patricians in here. I think the rocks would make it really tough. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I think this is my best. I think this is my best bet in here. This is a nice big valley. I can squeeze quite a lot of. I could cram quite a lot of patricians in here. Yeah. We'll just make sure they're nice and safe. With a gatehouse. And some towers here. Grand construction projects. Probably the most. So, under Stalin, there were quite a lot of grand construction projects. They built some truly enormous hydroelectric dams and a lot of canal projects. they linked the Don and Volga rivers with an enormous canal. They also built the White Sea Canal, which meant that you could get shipping from the Baltic to the White Sea. Now that one was built mostly with prisoner labor. Yeah, well that's a Stalin style skyscraper. If you Google the Seven Sisters, yeah, I mean it sounds awesome, but it was kind of an enormous waste of resources, because it ended up that there wasn't really much of an economic reason for it. It was useful for military purposes, because it allowed them to move submarines back and forth between the White Sea and the Baltic. Oh, there's some kind of name like that. Yeah, okay. Anyway, this is a lot of space in here for potentially building a potential whatchamacallit block. So. If I put the reservoir here, yeah, we can magically transport the water over the hills. Using feats of Roman engineering. So, sadly, because Karu hates fun, he patched out magic Roman water from Eqstris. So we can't have aqueducts built over walls. Fun is worse. I can't remember what it's called exactly. I don't think it's Stalin's dick, but it's something like that. It's a big, ugly Soviet-style skyscraper. Okay. No? Okay. Alright. So, would that be able to water all of these? It would. Okay. If it's there, it can get all of them. Stick another one here. And bum, 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 bum. All right, forget about that one. There, how many is that? That would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay. If that isn't enough for the prosperity target, nothing will be. So I'm going to try to turn these into 10 luxury palaces. So these roads will be adjusted later. So once I actually have the services set up, I can delete this here. Yeah. Anyway, so these will be my 10 luxury palaces. So before I can have luxury palaces, we're going to need oil. I'm also going to need a lot more plebs. Oh yeah, they need a prefect and an engineer's post. I could fill this with plebs in here pretty easily. Put more casa housing in here. I could, let's just ignore that this road, these stairs even exist. They're not there. Nope. Let's put 2 like so. Oh no. That's fine, Caesar. There we go. Surely, yeah, surely just a small one. Just a tiny, tiny little one. We're running out of money again. Yeah, okay. So I gotta put the... I think it's worth sacrificing a single wheat farm for a better granary placement, so we'll put that there. Let's take a peek. Nope, looks like we've still got a fair bit of room for selling stuff. But yeah, maybe it's time I start taxing people. So let's do that. We'll of course focus on our well-to-do neighborhoods. Yeah, we live in a society, Dev said. Oh yeah, and we're just paying below Rome. Okay, we're already back in the black. Caesar is getting pretty salty with me, though. I guess I ought to send him a present. There you go, Caesar. Oh, he wants weapons. I think I can spare the weapons. There's no reason to do that, Dev said. Unless you're pretty well forced to, there's there isn't much reason to actually do it. Yeah. Just sending a message on principle? Yeah. Well, on this, especially with the way I've built my city, Caesar attacking me would be absolutely disastrous. Oh, I know, I'm just telling you why I won't be doing that. But you can hold out pretty well indefinitely against Caesar if you have if you've set yourself up to do specifically that. You'll have like a horrible zombie city, but you can do it. You can be perpetually in debt and be able to resist Caesar. It just takes enough enough towers. You have to play a game of tower defense. Oh, you could also do lion tamers, yeah. But even just a wall of turrets near the because Caesar will always show up in the same place. Even just a wall of turrets near the entry point will deal with the Seaman. You will, of course, be perpetually bankrupt. Oh yeah. It's I haven't set up the city for that at all, but it's something you can do on lots of maps. Especially pretty well all the campaign maps. Although on the campaign maps, there's no real reason to be going bankrupt like that. There's no place for reason in Baronomics. Okay, and give them a couple libraries. Actually, I didn't need to do that. Let's get rid of that. Because I don't intend on giving these people pottery or anything. I should do it, I think. I'm definitely going to want another marketplace in here. Yeah, we're back in debt again. It's fine. I should check on crime. What else? Sentiment. Residents are pleased. Very pleased. Okay. Even the ones I'm taxing are sort of okay. Although I don't appear to be taxing them? Well, should be. Oh, it's January, that's why. How is it that every time I look, it's January? Let's put a lovely pond in the middle here. This place is feeling a bit neglected. Alrighty, have a good one. $10 dwellers are livid? Yeah. Why is this guy empty? I guess the market ladies are going there first, and they're not coming down the hill to grab the wheat. I just added an extra market, so hopefully that'll help. Yeah, even robbing tax collectors? Yeah. Let's get rid of that guy. I'll add another market in here, because I think there is wheat. It's just the market ladies have to travel a bit far to get to it. Especially with the addition of this place. Considering the amount of tax money I make, tax rate of 6%, yielding 2,000. I mean, I would just barely cover the building levies. Was that worth it? I mean, I guess that's 2,000 denarii I wouldn't have otherwise. This area down here. Huh, they're having a really hard time getting food. Let's add another market right here. Because there's a granary right there. They should have pretty easy access. So, let's scatter some Alariums around in here. People like their Alariums. Okay. Yeah. I don't like doing that though, so I don't. Okay, plazas. There we go. Good old plazas. Right. Yeah. Let's just delete them. I don't need them that badly. What about you guys? You don't like where you live? Well, how about some plazas? The money is still tight. Why aren't you buying the wine? Yeah. Well, I think so. What happens is everyone knows about big follows, right? So they ban big follows through because you can just ban keywords, and that pretty effectively blocks big follows. Um, okay, so he's not delivering the wine because he has timber. Yeah, that's not good. All right. Okay. Yeah, losing the weapons exports is actually pretty rough. I mean, I still exported by ship, sure, but that was one of the major trade sources. I'm not sure if iron by sea is being maxed out. Let's turn you off of that. You get iron now. We'll turn you off of that. You get iron now. Oh my god, that's why the road is connected, so they're waiting for them to come all the way over here to get the iron. Yeah, it was, but oh, Syracuse. Okay, great. Yes, buy more weapons, please. Yeah, it was, but I can just move them or reopen it later on when I need to. For now, it's more important that they. Alright, that is a lot of people getting killed. This neighborhood. I'm just deleting you. Risks. Crime. Crime risk. Cause crime and bulldoze in your house. Okay. Looks like that was it. So I think once those guys despawn, we should be fine. Okay. Alright, good. So now it won't actually it won't actually take forever for them to deliver stuff. Very good. These should slowly empty now the dosh rolls right in, yeah. Without delay. Okay. Right, I wanted to build a grand temple to Mercury. And I would like to build it in this block. Well, it can fit here. So yeah, let's put it there. Should build a Nypheum too. I could give them all a collection of the large temples. We are going to need lots of different god access, after all. And this will help with desirability. Okay. All these things are going to need variety of materials. So you get a warehouse full of marble, you get a warehouse full of clay, and you get a warehouse full of wood. And we're going to build an architect's guild. And a few work camps. And I don't need these anymore, so we'll just delete them. Uh-oh, barbars. Oh no. It's a really bad spot for barbars. Can I build a wall here? I cannot. Very good. Ooh, that's bad. One more near lighthouse. Ah, yes, thank you. Oh dear. That's not good. Oh no. I should have built walls. I got complacent and lazy. I know. I think it'll be fine. We'll fight them back. Yeah. It's just some urban combat training for our auxiliaries. Fight my guys! Stop wrecking my stuff! Alright. Alright. Okay. Well, that was a bit rough. Everyone, go back to the base. Let's build a nice wall here. And let's plop a tower up there. That'll do it. What was that? Houses. Okay. Definitely would be a good idea to do before the attack. Yeah, I mean, this is a bit strongholdy. That was a small castle. That was a large pond. I mean, all they tore down were some houses. It's not that big a deal. I really like Stronghold. It's a fun game. Man, how do you not cover that? Okay. Right, so... Okay, they just need a metric heck-ton of marble. So let's get another one of these. You just get marble. Man, they made such good games then. And I hate that dying noise. Alright. You guys are criminals, I'm destroying your houses. Right, so... Oh, it's over here! Alright, they're angry because they're not getting... Right, okay. Well, I need to figure out how to feed these people anyway, so I guess I could get started on that. Yeah, it's true, not with 800 denarii. Oh, that might be why I've been getting so many fires. His prefects will get distracted with going and trying to kill them. So you get wheat. And I'll scatter a couple markets around. That should stop them from rioting like this at least. Wow. Rude, Caesar. I mean, I might be in the minority, but I actually like Stronghold Warlords. I thought it's a pretty cool, pretty good game. But I might be the only person to think that. I wouldn't say it's like amazing or anything, but it's a pretty decent game. I like it. I'd say if you could get it on sale for like 10 to 20 bucks or so, it'd be worth it. I mean, they clearly are, because or else why would they try to keep releasing they've released those games a couple times, right? So they know there's a market for it. And it's gonna take forever for those cart pushers to bring that marble down. Well, I think the solution is just more warehouses getting marble. We're constantly listening to death. This neighborhood is really mad because they're not getting fed. So I'm trying to remedy that. Yeah, that's too bad. Okay. Okay. there's quite a few natives left kicking around. Marek didn't go nuts with the natives, but they're still there. Come on, wheat, get in there. Also, I can start collecting, doing some fish. This is probably far in excess of what I will ever actually need. We'll accept fish. I'm gonna have a granary over here somewhere. Why not there? We could put a work camp just further behind. You get fish. I'm gonna want another one whose job it will be to get vegetables. Well, from what I saw of Children of the Nile, that game didn't look too bad. Vegetables. Jake did a stream of Children of the Nile not too long ago, and it looked pretty good. Kaladin streamed a little bit of it as well. I actually really like this isometric style. I think it was a mistake for a lot of games to go to 3D, especially games that really didn't need to go 3D. But I guess it was the big thing, so you had to do it. Okay, this is way more vegetables than need to be made for these guys. I could actually replace these with wheat farms. And then they can be the patricians' own private supply of wheat. Alright, some food is making it in here. That's good. Yeah, Caesar, it's fine. Don't worry about it. We'll pay off the money. I should probably deactivate all of these. There's no need to have these running. Path near the mission post. There is a sneaky little path in here somewhere. Right there? Huh. He is working, because they haven't torn down half the city. I should probably send Caesar a nice present. Here you go, Caesar. Alright. Do I have any fish yet? Okay, we're starting to have fish. Okay. Let's have a doctor and a barber in here. Yeah, I have an enormous quantity of weapons. I just disabled these to... because I have way more than I actually need. Probably, but the game has them differentiated. Okay. Oh boy. Just ignoring all my troops. Alright, I think I've stopped them? Yeah, just barely. Come on. Die. Jeez. Of course he kills him. Alright. I see. Well, so far we're okay, I think. Our money situation isn't nearly as good as it used to be. I should have plenty of everything to be exporting. We're not exporting all the furniture we could be. Olives got more expensive? Great. You know, I've got a warehouse full of furniture, full of timber I'm not really using here. So let's add a couple furniture workshops here. So it is on the way for the traders on the way out, so they could buy from here. And I'll have some furniture available for the patrician ones. The patricians once the time comes. Let's actually... let's have you get up to 24. Oh, you cheeky bugger. Asking me for money. I think part of the... can I just send the request? No. I think part of the problem with my funds is maintenance for things is starting to catch up to me. Residents are despondent about their poor housing. Okay. Let's give them some basic things, I guess. I could start taxing more people. See if I can get away with it. My tax rate is pretty low, though. Could replace... oh yeah, let's get rid of that road. Yeah. This road could be shifted a bit. And we are going to need schools. Although I should be looking at Entertainment buildings first. Let's stick another theater here. Yeah, how much am I paying in levies? Building levies. So my taxes are paying a bit more than the building levies. People are indifferent. Wages. Alright. Let's up taxes to 8%. Yeah, imports are 11k. Trade receipts 23k. I mean, I could just stop importing marble for a while. I've got a lot of marble. So let's actually just stop importing marble for a bit. Because I don't need to be spending the money right this moment.
My governor.
Yeah. Alright. Alright, so far it's just the ones without food that are mad. Extremely pleased. No, they're annoyed and indifferent. How can I improve their mood in here? I could try giving them pottery, I guess. Would it be that much trouble to bring them up to like small insulae level? Well, let's find out. So let's put... Oh, yeah, there are the revolts. Yeah, I need a pottery in here somewhere. Also, I'm gonna need baths. Could put it up on this hill. Yeah, let's tear down that Temple of Ceres. You get pottery. these temples are getting completed. That's something at least. Awful aircrim. Just awful. Alright. Sentiment. Yeah, these guys are super mad. How are these guys doing? Angry, annoyed, annoyed. Guess we can put a market up here. Okay. Alright, I'm also going to need to build a hippodrome. But that's seeming somewhat impossible at the moment. Although the marble stockpiles are holding up. I'm going to be right back. Just got to take a quick water break. Alright. Well, yeah, I've got 2 months for that request. Man, I almost have it. Let's just stop importing everything. Even timber. Send it. Okay. Import it. Turn it all back on. I mean, do I really need... whatever. Import. Marble, we're not importing. I could start exporting vegetables. It's an extra... It'd be extra money. Who buys it? Is it just Syracuse? Yeah, Syracuse is the only one who buys it. So it'd be by sea. Yeah, I would agree, Marek. It would be best if I could sell it with pretty minimal investment. Which I think a single warehouse here that accepts vegetables. Yeah. I mean, I can put a couple here, and there we go. Bridge to the other side in between warehouse and engineer. I don't know what you mean. Oh, here? But why? There's nothing over here. Oh, space. I mean, this is reasonably close here. Because this is 3 warehouses getting vegetables. I think I have enough marble. It's just a matter of getting it over here, where it can be put to use, being turned into massive mega projects. Now, you better be grateful, Caesar.
My goodness,
Yeah. Well, I can't even afford to build a hippodrome right now, so I'm not going to worry about it. How about you accept pottery? I'm going to build a single pottery workshop here. You can get up to 24 clay.
my goodness,
Cliff City is limping along. Starting to run into some serious challenges, though. I need to get baths in here somehow. Despite a pretty large amount of exports, I'm just having a hard time keeping up. I think we're barely breaking even right now. Yeah. And that's before I've built the hippodrome, which is going to take a huge amount of marble, a very expensive marble. Yeah. The veggies will help a tiny bit, but not much. I don't think I've even exported any veggies yet. No. No veggies have been exported yet, but it's an extra little source of income.
Dockers are collecting some goods we're buying from a warehouse.
I think this is the most money I've had in quite some time. The Grand Temple should be done relatively quickly, though. How is city mood? People are indifferent. If we go and look at the sentiment, indifferent, very pleased, indifferent, very pleased. Okay, that's fine. Some are annoyed. Actually, why are these guys all devolving? Oh, they're not getting pottery. Just really struggling to get goods where they need to be. Another attack on the way soon. I could build a small wall here. Just in case it comes out this way. Clay areas near the native tray hut. There are clay areas near here? Yes, near the farms. Where? Last frame. Farm right across the road. Oh, right there. Jesus. Okay. That's another source of pottery. Ah. So the native trader will buy the nearest thing, which I think right now is going to be vegetables. Yeah. So he's buying veggies. But, I mean, he's going to be going back and forth to the veggie... Are they sending out more than one cart? Huh. Who? Tingus. Which one is Tingus? This is Tingus. Alright, well, they're buying more iron. That's good. We've got iron sitting around. Okay. I can almost afford to start building a hippodrome. Oh, they're buying even more iron? 40 iron. Nice. Okay. Yeah, they're both buying 40 iron. Just massive amounts of iron. Oh man, we're almost out of marble. Crap, we're gonna have to start importing marble again. But it seems like I have enough in this area. They're able to keep up what about you guys? Yeah, they don't have the bathhouse, right? Are the veggies making it down here? Some of them should be. My mod game rules are worded a little confusing. It makes it sound like you cannot use exploits. Well, you can't use exploits. You have to use the you have to use either Julius or Vanilla. I'll go reward them after the stream today. Alright, we have enough money now. I can build a hippodrome. But where? You can just whack it down here. Let's do that. Kablamo. I'm gonna have to start importing marble again. What are you wording on? Clay. Okay. Well, that's fine. Yeah, we've got some clay down here. Oh, you can stop getting timber, actually. Yeah, it doesn't, another pit near the workshops? I guess I could put another clay pit here. Why not? Just so that there's always a spot to go get clay from. It doesn't really... So with the Eqstris mod, the attacks come in on a random edge. Yeah, that just hoovered up all the marble I had. God, 32 marble. Mercury Temple's almost done. Actually, it has all the stuff it needs, so it's just being finalized right now. Oh, I should also get my oil industry going. Yes, yes, pa indeed, John. Pa indeed. I think I'm going to need to cheese the destination walkers. Well, increase purchasing of weapons is definitely welcome. Right. I might actually have time to do some sneaky business with walls. I do have time. Nice. Okay. Hopefully this will work. Well, yeah, I don't know. I don't have an answer for you. Eqstris makes it pretty pretty tough to balance the books. Yeah, monuments, levy. Sentiment chokes tax. Yeah, like, so you can't really tax. All right. Reduce pottery. Okay. Pottery and furniture consumption. Dedicate your temple to one aspect of its deity. Yeah, pottery and furniture reduction would be really nice. So let's do that. Yeah. Which is why I applied that one. Okay. Yeah, I should look into it. At least just for the military. Okay. Whew. Alright, down they go. Back you guys. Oh my god! Where did all my money go? We probably bought a ton of marble. Yeah. Okay. Who's being visited by Net Mercury? Because everyone needs to be visited by Mercury. Stop chewing up all my pottery. You're getting switched out for Temple to Mercury. Yeah, that one was pretty good. What's all this stuff? Yeah, let's delete that house. Small Temple to Mercury. Okay, those guys should be covered. Definitely need a small Temple to Mercury in here. Yeah, there we go. Mercury, good. All right, that should do it. Okay, how much marble do I currently have? 18. All right, let's stop importing marble because we gotta let our funds recover. And that marble is seriously bankrupting us. I tried to stockpile some, and I had 2 warehouses full of marble. It wasn't enough. Although I probably didn't need all these grand temples and stuff, but wow. The iron production actually can't keep up with the amount of exports. It's 13 iron mines here. Although I just sent off a big request from Caesar, so that's probably why, more than anything else. Okay, we're actually selling veggies now. How much do I get for the wine? I feel like I don't... I think it's decent money. Furniture should be decent money too. I just can't keep enough furniture. How about you get 8 furniture, 8 timber, and you can build 2 more furniture workshops here. I'm not sure what that was. Employees needed. Which, we do need employees. Ugh. So hungry for, it's so hungry for marble. Yeah, maybe this should only accept 16 furniture, 16 timber. Yeah, it's getting there. Do I have any marble left? A tiny little bit. Okay. Gosh.
My governors think money grows on.
It's just the imports hammering me all the time. I mean, I guess I have, like, way more timber than I probably need right now. Is piles of it just sitting around places? Maybe just accept 16. Yeah, you get 8. Oh, are they coming back and selling me more furniture? More timber to, like, refill? I think that must be what's happening. Okay. All these getting places. Oh, but I do actually want you to... I mean, how expensive is the timber? 60. I mean, it's not cheap. Oh no, buyers pay, it's 70. It costs me 70. Yeah, those wood imports might actually be what's hurting me. How about we say we only import up to 30? I think that'll be enough to keep things running. Alright. Back in black. How about you also get us 16 pottery? I'm gonna have to turn on marble imports again soon. I'll wait till we have, I think I'll wait till I have 10,000 denarii in the bank. Ooh, blessing from Neptune, nice. Although it's in August. Could have been worse, I guess. It's something. Yeah, it could be December, yeah. All the housing developing. Oh, it just lasts 12 months, so it doesn't matter. Nice. Yeah, I'm getting hit by the labor shortages. Which is going to get even worse once I eventually get that marble. Yeah. All my insulate evolved. That's because of the labor shortages. Although I have housing capacity, so they should pick up again. How much marble do I have right now? None. Okay. Well, let's like import 8 marble. Hopefully boosting wages will help. 3,000 denarii in. Doesn't even come close to covering wages. Let's just cut taxes a bit. It's not worth the constant instability. Alright, well I got a blessing from Mars. I've turned on some marble imports. But I'm limiting it to 8 in the city. So hopefully that will stop us from just going broke all the time trying to import marble. And how much timber do I currently have? 30. Okay, setting the import limits seems to have helped. Right. So, I have a big labor shortage. And I need more population anyway for the targets.
I'm amazed by how many jobs need to be filled.
I wonder if we're getting hit by demographics too. Yeah, we're starting to have what the name is Casa? I don't know. I don't know why they call them Casas. But that's just what they're called. It's a shame. I could feed. Ah, well, I mean, Portuguese is a Latin language, right? I could try to. I could cram some plebs in here. Feed them off of fish. Well, there you go. Alright. Doodly-doo, doodly-doo. Alright. Dockside slums, yeah. Obviously, Marek. Every good city needs its dockside slums. It's favorite place to live, yeah. Okay. Well, they're gonna have entertainment. We'll have a library. They'll have police, of course. Yeah, and they'll have plenty of fish to eat. What's not to like? Oh, and I think a temple to Neptune makes sense. City needs more workers. I know, that's why I'm building dockside slums. Alright. Yeah. Whoa, look at all that money coming in. Alright. I think the real problem was the wood, Marek. As soon as I think when having them run back and forth and selling me wood constantly was tanking my economy. Yeah. Why aren't you getting
Everywhere you look in this city, there is...
Oh, I think this guy's glitched out. Ah, well, that's another problem. This place just wasn't working for a long time. Okay. Yeah, I think my my wood warehouses aren't able to quite keep up with the delivery demands. Yeah, I think it's a it's a distribution problem. I think I'd be better off putting a spot here. You get 16 wood. And let's say we'll import up to 46. Or maybe even you'll accept up to 16? Uh-oh. This one's a local uprising, which is scary. Right. Shoot, where the heck am I looking? You put a simultaneous one in? Oh, man. Well, okay, Spirit of Mars helped. Good, good. they're gonna trash all my farms. No, no, don't kill my farms! Come attacking my soldiers! Ah, the farms! Alright, well, could have been worse. Yeah, just farming my city for profits, yeah. Wheat. Okay. And let's reinforce that wall. There we go. Urkrin's always been the really bad one. Oh, how dare you ask me for marble, Caesar? Fine, you can have it. Right, so these guys, predictably, don't like living next to the docks. But I think some large ponds will convince them that maybe the docks aren't so bad. And some fancy tiles. Well, these guys aren't getting religious facilities. Okay. Alright, we should put a temple to Ceres in here somewhere. Theft. Oh no. Is that native crunch? No. Oh my god, that's gonna cause so much damage. What have they destroyed? No. Ugh. I can't tell what they tore down. That's all fine. Oh, this stuff is fine. One wharf near the docks? Oh my god, this mission post! They tore down the mission post! Okay, it seems okay. Everything seems fine? Okay. Okay. Right, what was I doing? Well, whatever it was. Oh yeah, maybe they tore down the... No, it's still there. No idea. I'm sure I'll find it eventually. How are you not getting religious access? I mean, if it was significant, I'll find out eventually. Oh, I quite like this. I like all these little castles by the docks. They probably don't like living there that much, but sucks to be them, I guess. Okay, and that should... Ow. It's my market. Okay, Caesar's grateful for the marble we sent him. Yeah, that needs marble. Maybe I should increase the amount of marble I'm importing. Let's bump it up to 16. Okay, Erica, you can cool it a bit with the puns. It's getting a bit excessive. All right. So I can do the. Yeah, I can do the classic thing for oh no, I can't get rid of that yet. It has to wait till they grow. I can do the classic thing for abusing destination walkers. To get everything in here, their entertainment. Okay, so those are the venues we need. So I can actually get rid of that. You don't like me building the arena? Okay. The Gladiators School, Actors Colony. Don't I need a tavern as well, though? Only if I don't have Hippo. Oh, okay. I assumed I needed the arena too, but I guess not. Let's have this guy getting 16 wine. You can get, I guess, 16 oil. Huh, okay. Oh, shoot. You're using my garden roads. Stop that. No, stop it. Freaking guys. just plaza this whole neighborhood up. That should be a house. Alright, what are we waiting on? Voracious appetite for... Yeah, I never built the baths in here. Alright. And got things placed pretty awkwardly. Can put those baths there. I'm a bit worried the market lady won't come down this way, though. Could tuck another market lady in over here. Well, we'll see. And I'll even have I'll have a bit more space because I'll be able to remove this work camp. Actually, I may as well remove it now. I am going to need a hospital in here somewhere. Why don't we stick it up on this hill? I may as well put the other hospital here. Let's get our oil on the go. Yeah, you're set to get 16 oil. You get 16 pottery. And let's import, I don't know, 12 olives? It's probably lots. Okay. Do you not have water access? Oh man. It's like perfectly placed to not have water access. Right. No way those baths are gonna make it all the way around. As much as it sucks, I think I have to... I have to get rid of this granary, I think. And bring an aqueduct through. Yeah, the cheeky Cliffoducks did not do the trick. So sad about the death of the whatchamacallits, the magic Roman water. You don't need to be there, like, at all. In fact, you don't need to be there, really. Yep. Okay. So where the heck do I actually want this thing? If I put it back here, over here. Let's put it over here to start. This temple needs a road now. And I need to replace the wheat getting granary. And we can put the oh, I can't put the gladiator school over here. We could put the gladiator school, actor colony, and chariot maker up on this hill. Yeah, I know that. They just boosted the price on marble, because of course they did. Could they even attack here? Oh, this city's doing more than barely standing, Marek. Don't be rude. Okay. What are we waiting on? Marvel. Okay. These guys are still moaning about educational stuff. Just pallets of stacked bills. So that's a good amount of marble here. Enough for the next level, so why don't I shut off marble imports for now. See if I need more. Is it really? God. Well, either way, we're gonna wait until the money situation is a bit more balanced out. Right, I need to put another bathhouse in here somewhere. What is this right now? That works. That can move. You can replace it with the school. The school can go here as well. Right. Yeah, worker shortage is pretty significant. But since I have over 1,000 available capacity in my houses, so we should be okay.
My goodness, think.
Yeah, I think that's the issue. It's just taking them forever to move in. How do I still not have food here? There's food in this marketplace. What if I hook these guys up? Right, where? It's going to be like that. It should definitely be taxing these guys. Put that there for now. And move the house over to this side. What is the education coverage? Okay, they should all be covered, actually. Library. Library is good. We're gonna want academy coverage soon. Labor shortage just keeps getting worse. Should people move in already? Jeez. Theater in the middle. I don't know what you mean. Theater in the middle next to stairs. I still don't know what you mean. Sorry, Marek. In the pleb area. Theater in the middle next to stairs. This? Oh yeah, I guess that's forcing longer routes, maybe? Yeah, let's open it up. Right. What is your problem? No education, eh? Yeah, he's just not going in those directions. Hmm. Is the school gonna make it? Probably not, but worth a shot. Could always replace these guys with a school. Alright. Okay, so we're working on that next step. Are you guys not getting... Oh, they're cutting through the gardens here again. How annoying. Okay, now they're all evolving. Okay, so we actually need Academy access now. Let's see how well that does. We've got patricians. Real honest to goodness patricians. Let's see where the... Let's see. Large pond? No. Yeah, I think it might have been messing with pathing a lot. How about a bunch of Larians? Wants me to increase desirability. We could put colonnade in here. Yeah, and you're supposed to fill that area in there. Where is it? Marble columns. Yeah, I really want you guys to merge. And put some colonnade in the back here. And plazas. Plazas for everybody. Okay. Alright, so now they just want entertainment variety. Fine. Desirability. Small pond will help. And we can put large ponds up on the hills here. And equestrian statues. These guys need academy access. And I think I could just move this wall here. So where do I intend for this guy to grow? Out like that? Like that, okay. So I think I could actually put an oracle here, which will help with desirability. With the oracle there, I think it'll block them. Oh, but yeah, right here. Okay. I'm gonna put another oracle here. And Legionnaire statue here. Modern anti-Russian news and propaganda. Well, would be the most... I mean, it's kind of tough right now because a lot of the modern criticism of Russia is pretty valid. But I guess the... you know, the most kind of propaganda-y thing is, you know, talking about you know, the situation in Ukraine without mentioning kind of, and pretending that there are no other contributing factors other than Russia just is mean and wants to. Just annex a whole bunch of land because it's Russia. That's more or less the level of kind of discussion you see in a lot of media. About the butterfly mine today. I have no idea what you're talking about. I'm sorry. It's a German mine from World War II. Oh. Well, Oh, as in, not a mine as in where you get resources. A mine as in a thing that's used to kill people. Got it. I was thinking of, you know, a thing used to, you know, well, you know, how you get resources out of the ground. And I was a bit confused. Yeah, I mean, like, yes-ish. It also has to do with, you know, Russia reacting to an unfriendly alliance that keeps pushing closer and closer to its borders. So, like, it's not to say that it's, you know, like, does that justify Russian actions? No. But, yeah, so, like, you know, there's a lot of unclear. No. I'd say the most valid parts of what Russia has to complain about has to do with you know, not wanting a large and significant country on its border joining what is, like, almost certainly a hostile military alliance. Hostile to Russia, anyway. In my view, to say NATO is not hostile to Russia is kind of is a bit silly, because it clearly is. It's not access to a clinic or a hospital. Oh, well, no wonder. It's a doctor. Here's a barber. Barber and an extra doctor. Why not? Yes. So to then pretend like, you know, it's not a big deal is just a bit weird. Well, I mean, it was designed to be an anti-Soviet alliance, so... But Soviet Union disappeared, and NATO didn't disappear. In fact, it continued to expand. So, you know, I can get why Russia would be like, maybe no? But that's not actually true, Death's Head. The Warsaw Pact was formed to counter the NATO. Alright. I mean, it's a bit more complicated than that, Death's Head. It's also not just in the eyes of Russia. They are like they were pretty formally the successor state of the Soviet Union, as they were responsible for all of the Soviet Union's debts. All right. They have, yeah. After they had a insolvency in the late 90s, I believe. And after that, the oil price went through the roof, and they started making lots of money. Well, not oil, but gas. Energy prices went up, so Russia was making the big bucks. They paid off. I don't think they paid off all their debts. I think they now have debts again. Especially during the COVID. During COVID, oil prices tanked for a while, which really hurt the Russian economy. Oh, it's a massive part. You might even be forgiven for saying it is the Russian economy. All right, so we've got an attack over here. Alright, let's make sure we wall this off. I mean, it isn't that simple, but in terms of like significance, oil and gas is by far their most important industry. I managed to make the patrician block look like a slum, a very wealthy slum. Yeah. It's also able to leverage its natural gas supplies. They do. Because a large chunk of Eastern Europe is dependent on Russia for its energy supplies. Because of, communist era pipelines running through them. Am I short a military base? Where's my last... Well, I guess I have 5. But this is 4 units. I've got 2 there. That's 3. 4. 5. Did I never build all the way up to 6? Yeah, they're gonna be in for a bad time. This is 5 of them. Where's my 6th fort? Ah, there it is. Gosh. How did I miss it? Okay. With sufficient tech, but that isn't likely to happen. Like, the extent to which that's going to change isn't going to happen overnight. It's going to take quite a long time. And Russia still has significant industrial and other resources. It might actually be sort of a good thing for Russia if oil and gas prices were to crash for a sustained period. Like, it would mean a lot of economic pain, but it would remove a lot of the sources of rent from like the ruling class, and it might actually force them to change some of the corruption problems and to make Russia a more attractive place for investment. But that's not likely to happen anytime soon. Alright, how are we doing? Okay, we just need massive quantities of marble. Let's start importing that marble. Add more work camps. Looks like we've dealt with our pottery issues. Wow, amazing. That that one temple over here seems to have caused me a lot of problems. Yeah, me too. It's a place with a lot of potential, but it's been sadly it's been held back for a long time. Let's try adding a hospital here. Just go around that corner, please. No, that's the wrong way. I said I wouldn't use roadblocks. Don't make me do it. Alright. This guy's getting timber, accepting furniture. Okay, fine. Actually, you stop accepting timber here. It's fine. How about you get oil so our guys don't have to go so far? Alright, we're almost there. We've got the population requirement. I think I have to pay myself my full salary, or else I don't know how I'm going to meet Caesar's favor requirements. Once these guys all get to evolving, let's get rid of that little tent. I should probably go in here and clear out all these little one-by-ones. Because they are just a barrier to proper growth. Hey, Andarius. Alright. Good to see you. Yeah, some discussing's fine, but no need to get personal about things. Alright, so I'm waiting for my massive hippodrome here to be completed. And once it's completed, we should see all my patricians evolve. I've got the population target, so I'm leaving the rest of the city this ridiculous sprawl. To just kind of do its thing. I'm going to be short a lot of workers, though. Alright. I've got an enormous quantity of weapons. I think I can shut off the weapons industry. Yeah, that's probably fine. A distant Roman city is threatened. Okay. Well, can't go ignoring Caesar. Wait, I think I need to send more than that because they're not academy trained. We'll send 3 units. Alright. I would kindly ask you both to drop it, please. All right. So, where are we at here? Well, I don't need a flame war in my chat, so it's fine. Okay. Peace is coming up, prosperity is rising, favor is pretty low. Though if the yeah, Pokemon already went down in flames, we don't need that here. Yeah. You know what? Why don't I can just put a... I could put a small statue right here. And that'll just stop them from going through this thing. Yeah, Polcon was the politics channel on Jake's Discord. It got banned because people would get too heated in there. Probably the marble. I had to turn it back on. Yeah, a bunch of marble sitting here. So I'm definitely overproducing wine. Although you wouldn't know it, judging by how little wine we have here. Well, it seems we seem to be bringing in just enough to supply everything here. Is this guy doing okay again? Yeah, alright, so he's doing fine. Oh, I need to make sure I don't let them... Might have been merchants buying up my wine here. Yeah, get away. Leave my wine alone. That wine is not for you. Also, you guys aren't allowed to buy pottery here. Nope. And you're not allowed to buy furniture here. Two. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't take much. People care a lot about their the things that are near and dear to their hearts, so yeah, I would suggest, if you don't mind, roommate, could you stop? They will. Right. So... yeah, we're good. We got spicy chat today. It's fine. Understood. Right. Let's lam another one of these down here. Stick one of these. Okay, it's not gonna... I'm not gonna know if I have enough desirability until this thing finishes. And so we just gotta wait for these cart pushers to go halfway across the map. Are there any other industries I could mothball? I've turned off the weapons industry. I guess I could mothball pottery. Would have been a prohibitionist? Yeah. Okay. Right. So let's go ahead and... So my worry is if I surround these guys with gardens, they grow a little bit, and then they might devolve again. Yeah, like that. Yeah, they may need a bit more time, that's all. I could also try putting some oracles back here. So that would give me a little bit, because the oracles have really nice desirability range. But I can't get a road through here. Does this reservoir have to be exactly where it is? Would it also work here? Yeah, it doesn't make a difference. Okay, fine. Yeah, I think so too. I just can't help but tinker at it. I am a little concerned by this, though. How many spare houses do I have? 375. So I might have enough people. Yeah, I mean, I guess I could tank it in yeah, we could tank it with the education stuff. I could squeeze in more. I could squeeze more slums in here, actually. Just for a little bit of wiggle room. No, lighthouse is active. Oh no, it needs timber to work. It hasn't been active this whole time. Ah, what a disaster! I didn't know it needed timber to work. Oh man. Wait, no. Enable this building. Okay. Well, no wonder I was running into trouble with, God. No wonder I was running into trouble with, money. I was like, how am I running out of money? We should be exporting extra of all this stuff. But we're not. I had no idea you needed timber to make the warehouse work. Alright. Okay. Disconnect that there. Squeeze in a handful more plebs. Have a little marketplace here. Let's see. Which god has the least temples? I guess Neptune does. Yeah, well, we can have a temple to Neptune in here. Small temple to Neptune. Now it's getting a bit tight. Let's put the theater here, and we're gonna have a library over here. This could be houses here, but Caesartory? This is a new one. And welcome, Jake. How did you finish the Tinner campaign? I'm definitely gonna go back and watch that VOD. You're at 30k Copex. That's halfway. Alright, we need... The route to the Tinners is clear? Perfect. It'll be a real Christmas after all. Walmart, is that the path? Yeah. Right. So we're just waiting on this thing to finish. Oh, we actually have all the marble we need. So the choke point is actually clay? Well, I got lots of clay. I guess it's just taking forever for the clay to get here. You're getting wood. Yeah. Right. I wanted to find a way to get this thing to work. Yeah. I don't think anyone would actually like Christmas dinners. Why don't we just give him a big old obelisk up on the hill? That'll make him happy. I guess we could have the mausoleum and stuff over here. So the mausoleum is... what's the range on the mausoleum? I can't remember. Is it six? 6 tiles? That makes sense. That would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So if I put it over there, it wouldn't even be helping. Also, where is my army? Okay. They haven't made it yet. Not enough entertainment, eh? Let's give them some nice pine trees. There we go. What does new emperor sitting on the throne do? Does it reset your... Oh, we've gone into debt. I should actually stop importing marble for the time being. Ah, okay. That would actually be good right now, since my favor's at 38. Oh, if it's below, it stays below? Okay. I don't actually know how I'm supposed to raise my favor with a salary of 5 denarii. God, would you just finish already? You can get 8 things of clay as well. Yeah, I mean that stops it from falling, I guess. Well, sending Caesar 3 grand helps. No, no, no! God. Alright, I can probably start importing olives. Or maybe we just drop it down to, we only import 4 olives. Yeah, we can keep those off for now. And actually, I can just turn off the oil industry for the time being. Roman city saved. Alright. I'm gonna keep that Triumphal Arc in my back pocket. It's a lot of favor, yeah. In the hope of the... Because I don't know... Because I'm locked behind the completion of the Hippodrome. Well, why are all you guys devolving? Run out of pottery. Oh, it's because this is getting clay as well. Come on, don't go into debt. Okay. There we go. Right. This library just isn't quite getting there. Hey, Blubber Ibis. Yeah, that's fine. They will add a little bit of housing. This is good. We've got a little bit of unemployment. Oh, we're so close. I should just get rid of that one. Actually, there's no reason for that to be there. Let's just add a warehouse here. You get pottery. You don't accept traders. Yeah, it's because pottery ran out. The because I had them getting a bunch of different things, they weren't grabbing the pottery. But once pottery makes its way back, we should be okay. Yeah, at least the rich now have to work. Yeah. We can take that that cold comfort. All right. Here comes the clay that we need. Oh, we don't actually need any more clay. Okay. You just get pottery now. think it's almost done. There can't possibly be another phase soon, right? Surely not. Alright, let's send Caesar another nice present. It's a Dedodrome, yeah. Yeah, they're all devolving because of the lack of pottery. Does this guy forbid traders? He doesn't. Alright, I need to leave traders off on that one. Alright, soldiers are back. Come on. Finish, damn you. Alright, okay. This guy's taking a look at his papers, trying to figure out what we gotta do. And he's gonna finish it? No. Damn it. Jeez, where is my pottery? We got great piles of it over here. There's more of it over here. This place is full as well. They still need to land an agency exits and toilets. Yeah, I guess so. That makes sense. Hey, not even completed. And all the houses develop. Okay, great. Yeah, stop getting clay. Get us pottery. Like, dear God, just get us pottery. Yes, I can. There we go. Okay, everything's up and running. There we go. I don't even think I opened the second type of wine. How did they get all the way up to a luxury palace? Not that I'm complaining. No, it grew in the wrong direction. Crap. Hang on. Is it actually a problem? Yeah, it is. I need it to be 1 over. I think this will have the range. Could also put it back here. I think that'll have the range. No? Do. Okay. Okay, just gotta get rid of that. Huge labor shortage. Okay, I've shut off oil. Oh, that's cool. Huh. It's taking it out of health and education. What if I remove all the priorities? Make you number 1? Alright. Okay. So, let's put a big old equestrian statue back here. Does that help? It does. Nice. What's your problem? Again, local area. How about some pine trees? More equestrian statues, I guess. I do like the idea that these patricians are like thinking about upgrading their house. Yeah, I'll just tossed one in there. Well, I could put some oracles up here. It won't be super fast, but Architect's Guild and work cap. Well, just haven't been paying close enough attention. Right. Because Caesar 3 is the most logical game that has ever been made. Lions provide entertainment. Yeah, they eat people for fun. Yeah, in designated arenas. Because Romans are civilized, alright? They only kill people for fun in the designated areas. Where are your gardens? Here you go. Will you grow? Or are you stuck there? Stuck at that level? I could probably just get rid of that prefecture and replace it with Alarium. Maybe that'll help. Oh, come on. Just a little bigger. That's all I need. If you go to my Discord, you'll see it. It's one of the links. It's under this channel links, I think I have it called. Yeah, I don't think that's gonna make a big difference. Let's see, what does it say? Prosperity is rising. Alright. Honestly, I think the main thing I have to worry about now is Caesar's favor. So I think this might be... I think we might be there. I get the feeling Lariums are better than a small statue for desirability. I don't know if that's actually true. No, they don't seem to have changed. One pays my wages, cool. Darn. Is this connected somehow? It is. Okay. Oh, they were nerfed? Okay. I mean, they were pretty OP. They had crazy range at one point. Alright, I guess that's fine, because this guy can't grow anyway. I didn't like that prefecture. Where could I move this prefecture to? Yeah, I might not be able to actually move that prefecture. Could I move this hospital? Yeah, try guarding in it. Guarding. Jake's mods, if you go to his he's got it under channel links. Oh, they all just evolved. Then they immediately devolved. Yeah, I just can't quite keep the desirability high enough. Prosperity is rising. Okay. All these guys are taxed, right? Yeah. Could try moving the hospital. I was afraid of moving it because of the didn't want to risk losing the coverage, but and let's see if Gardens will do it. Let's put some palm trees up on the hills. People like palm trees. I was hoping they would merge into each other. Come on, hold. Alright, they're actually holding now. That's good. We are 21, we win? What are you talking about, Block? Oh, viewer count, okay. Pine trees? Will that help? Apparently not. Ah, new emperor. Okay. Is this still gonna work? Maybe. $22 now. There you go. Anything? No? Pine trees. Yep. Yeah, my palaces aren't, they're not doing so hot. I could try moving... Could try moving this marketplace. Yeah,
Greetings.
because you lose all the stored goods. Alright. If you do it, it'll be pretty fun. Alright, we're out of debt. I don't get is why these aren't being built. Because this is all hooked up by road, right? Road comes around here. Oh, it's not hooked up by road. God. No wonder it wasn't getting built. Okay. Prosperity is still rising, right? Yeah. Good. Venues are too crowded, apparently. I'd move this marketplace, but it has more stuff in it.
I'm amazed by how many jobs need to be filled here. No, we got lots of fish. Yeah, he's coming back. He just has the furthest to go from for a delivery. There it is coming in. In the meantime, I could put more plebs in here. It's not like we're ever going to... eat all the food. Although, how do I get the water out? I don't. That's the thing. I could put plebs in here, I guess. Where do they come in? Over here. Okay. And right. And Yeah, that's probably okay. We'll just have a granary here. Your job is get wheat. Actually, you can get vegetables. And yeah, it looks like it is. Yeah, that would be a better spot. All right. And what? Damn it. Damn it, Marek. The worst part about the natives crunching something is you don't know where that is. Okay, well, hopefully it wasn't something important. I know it wasn't intentional. I'm just teasing. Right. Well, this guy, you get wheat as well. Okay. And we come up around like this. Sure, something like that. It's just kind of whatever. We need more people in the city. Do 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 do. This will all be watered as well. And we can move this Temple of Neptune over to here. Put down a couple markets. Put down a library and a theater.
Governors think money grows.
God. Well, I would know already. At least I think I would know already. What? Why is there more crunches? Where? Where are the natives angry? Also, where have they torn something down? I can't tell. Where? Near the patricians? Uh-oh. On exposed side. What am I looking at? Aha! Oh my god, stop him!
Okay. Right, that was my academy. I need that back. Right now, please. Go away, skeleton. Okay. Statues. Equestrian statue. Aha! One of these oracles is on its way. No, they're devolving. Why? What? Why did you suddenly... Oh, the unemployment. Ugh, it's all coming apart. Alright. Come on, citizens, get in here. We need more people. How many spare houses do I have anyway? Apparently loads of room. Just taking forever for people to get in here. Okay, this thing's working now. Nice. Well, good luck, Deathside. What's the problem? Oh, I bet I know what it is. When I hooked this up so that they could go build these oracles. It messed with the pathing for my destination walkers. But now that they're routed back, it should be fine. Fish? Well, we can send it from our storage, so that's fine. Here you go, Caesar. Yeah. Luxury palace all the way to a small town. Alright, I want to try to force this guy. To grow in the right direction. Why? Why are you guys mad again?
Freaking natives. Maybe that's a better spot there. Come on. Why you gotta do this? Yeah, same guy. Okay. He just really hates the academy. Cannot tolerate it. Barbs. Oh. Oh, God. Oh, this freaking guy. Oh, my God. I can't really do anything about him either. Why won't you move? You're blocked in, that's why. Oh my gosh. It's like half the city. Alright, let's rebuild the academy. And rebuild that equestrian statue. How's the fight going? Not great. It might actually. Oh no. Okay. Nope, no, don't return to the fort. Alright, so just gotta wait for them to come to us, and then we'll murder them all. is there another attack? I guess not. Why do I hear buildings crunching? Oh, right, fire. Okay. I seem to be going broke for some reason. Why am I going broke? Wages costing a fortune, imports aren't costing that much. We make an absurd amount in trade. Wages are killing us. Ugh, and we're paying less than Rome, too. Yeah, I mean, 4K building levies, fine. Guess we gotta boost taxes? Hope to get more from the patricians? Alright, let's go and trim back all these would-be patricians. Just hate how they break apart when they devolve like this. Alright. Yeah, part of that charm and realism, yeah. How do you not have water? Did I delete their water fountain? Well, maybe I delete this one. And I replace it with a governor's villa. Which will boost desirability. Which I've been having trouble with anyway. Right. This neighborhood. Just need a bit more desirability and we'll be good. Okay. I could really use you guys evolving again. The road got cut. And that's why they all devolved. Just put 4 Lariums here, I guess. Alright, they should start evolving again. Yeah, there's a lot of hospitals. Okay, Blessing from Neptune is great. We actually lost prosperity. Favorite keeps tanking too. What's city mood like? People are annoyed. Well. Marek may have intended for you to drown in cash on this map, but well, I think if this was Julius, I would probably have already beaten the map by now. The restriction Augustus puts on taxation makes it pretty rough. I'm gonna move this temple to Ceres. How are you not getting the entertainment variety? Overall. Yeah, I don't want good access, I want... Why are you not getting theater access? Eqstris. Go. Road to theater is cut. Where? This one you're talking about? Does it need to be connected? If that's the problem, I'll just do... See if that solves it. Because this is connected. Why isn't it going out? It should be connected. Amphitheater is working. Theater? Galarium there. Might need another school. Alright. Well, let's try putting in a actors colony here. Oh, now it's working. Okay. Okay, we got luxury palaces in here. Good. Let's delete these guys. And replace them with gardens. Alright, what do you need? You don't like being next to the market. What if gardens? What do you think of that? I think it's pretty great. Awesome. Let's see if switching these around helps. It didn't. Okay. Alright. I don't think I'm going to be able to get this evolved because I can't move that prefecture really. Although I could try removing it. Yeah, that's true. Right. Caesar, you want to give me a break here? Prosperity's rising. All these guys are getting taxed, right? Yeah. Let's get rid of those guys. And let's put gardens around them. Yeah, Caesar's not too happy. If we're able to maintain this patrician block, we should be okay. So it just needs to hold. And I think I'm going to accept that this guy isn't going to grow further. Do something like that, and just give him some nice oak trees. Right. I can't cheese salary for Caesar's favor. Why are you guys so unstable? It would expand if it had more space, eh? Oh yeah, they won't though because of the trees. Okay. Prosperity is allegedly rising. Should probably take a look at some of these neighborhoods. See if I can't get them to evolve. No current gladiator combat. All right. Does it? No. Is it in housing? Is that a later edition? I'm pretty sure I have enough, but we're just barely making money. That might be an option. Okay. General settings, user interface. with current housing. Okay, apply. $94. Alright, but that just means I would need to... but it's more these areas I would need to evolve, I think. So why are you guys struggling? You're getting wheat. You're getting veg. And they just can't get enough. Am I producing enough food? A little more than we eat. Okay. That's counting all this fish, I think. So why don't I really spoil these guys and give them access to fish as well. You get fish. Are there any other areas struggling with food? Doesn't seem like it. They all seem to be okay. 9-hour stream? Yeah. Well, I haven't streamed Caesar 3 in a while, so we were due. We were due. Water. Alright, well, let's just delete that house and we'll put a bath in here. Alright, some of these workshops still aren't getting the timber, so I'll just delete them. What is this? Temple to Ceres. Doesn't seem like we really needed it. 32 weapons. Oh, I'm out of weapons. Let's turn that on. Will that turn all these guys back on? Well, no wonder I was, yeah, we need even more plebs. Oh. It's a terrible spot for a fire. You know what? That house there has just been nothing but trouble. So I think I'm just going to replace it with a nice statue or something. With some fig trees. There we go. Nice, and that caused that to evolve. Still 94. There's these tents in here. See you, Deathshead. Thanks for hanging out. if I could turn these guys into insulae. Probably not. Let's get rid of you, and we could put a school here. I need another reasonably safe spot where I can quickly churn out a lot of plebs. I mean, in here might not be too bad if I fed them fish. Yeah, but I'm thinking if I'm right up against a cliff here. Yeah, that could be a good pile of. This could be a really good pile of hazard. Okay. So. Oh, there's farmland right here. There's no need to do something so drastic. Oh, there's more over here. Ah. Oh, there's even water here. Okay. Let's keep an eye out for these pesky natives. Yeah, this map is huge. Oh, now what's the problem? Soon evolved one of greater stature. Okay. Oh, shoot. Okay. Wait, nope. Don't like that. Yeah, like so. And so, there we go. Yeah, I checked before I built this. There's some down here, so we're fine. Okay, we can get a couple wheat farms here. Oh, we can get a lot. Get loads in here. If it wasn't for the poor access to water, we could get a lot of people into this this area. All right.
Yeah, it's cruel with water. Cruel with water is interesting. What does the Neptune Grand Temple give you again? Does it give you access to water? I had always just kind of assumed it was a trade one. Since that's what his bonus gives. Could be both, yeah. I just don't know. And there's no way in building a second Grand Temple. It's just not happening. Okay. Oh, it definitely acts as a Grand Temple. Ah, that would be very cool. I didn't know it acted. I didn't know it acted as a reservoir. Oh, wow, that would be huge. Yeah, that would be very nice. Let's have you accepting wheat. Water on top of a mountain, yeah. Imagine that. Oh, this is fertile land over here too. Oh well. We're gonna turn it into a one of those. Yeah, let's move this. Well, yeah, actually, we're gonna move that temple to Mercury over here, where it's more likely to be useful. And oh my god, there's just so much junk on this map. I have to absolutely carpet it. Junk. Well, I mean, just like look at this. Look at this city. It's an absolute mess. It's a masterpiece of a mess, but it's a mess. In the city. Yeah, I mean the city. Do a library on each side. And we'll put a theater on each side. Market on each side. Alright. Oh no. What? What was that? Was it friggin' natives again? Where? Oh my god. Ugh. Alright. What did they tear down? They're very sneaky boys. Is it that guy again? I mean, the aqueducts are okay. Oh no, they're not.
I just didn't notice because he destroyed that one. Go get him, boys. Okay. It seems like it's random which one it'll decide to go kill things with. Right, so, where are we sitting? It's probably because of the, well, let's let the air take over. Minus 400. Ugh. Oh, okay. That kind of makes sense. Yeah, he is kind of an Omega Chad. Oh, nice. Blessing from Mars. Okay, this is working to... Yeah, I fixed up the aqueduct. Okay, and it looks like this neighborhood is resolving the unemployment problems. Or the labor shortage problems. Okay, we can send Caesar his weapons. Ugh, man. Is it still stockpiling weapons? No, exports over 0. Good. Oh, that makes sense. And actually exporting weapons should help balance the books now. Oh, we have 0 weapons because I'd mothballed weapons for quite a while. So it's going to take a while for the weapons to get back here. But they're pretty well immediately getting sold, so that's good. So I'm also producing... Actually, maybe I shouldn't be producing these weapons. Yeah, actually I shouldn't. Let's just delete them. I think it does have timber. Yeah, because I built a warehouse just to have timber. There we go. Climbed our way out of debt. Okay. How about you guys have some palm trees? Delarium. Right. Sure. Take that blessing from Mercury. Why not? It's actually huge right now. Just sell stuff faster. Get it out of here. Just cannot keep them happy. They're not getting entertainment in here. These guys are struggling to keep the food in. Great. Max prosperity level dropped. Too many casas, I think. I could try bringing some neighborhoods up to large insulae, I guess. Or Grand Insulae. Like this stuff in here, I could try to bring it up to Grand Insulae. Or at least Large Insulae. People are pleased. I don't really dare raise taxes much, though. Spirit of Mars, thank you. No, they're gonna friggin' trash the city. Damn it. Wow, they just, the whole army just got thrashed. Great. Yep. I'm basically dead. Unless they're running, which I don't think they are. I could load an autosave. No, it's the wrong one. Oh, they're running. Great. Yeah, I guess that may be my only option, really. Yeah, I think so. There goes the fountains. Yep. Yeah, the city's just dead. Crap. Yep. Yeah, that's just it. Oh well. This is definitely the galley. Yeah, Caesar's not the problem though, it's these barbarians. Yeah, me too. Really disappointing. Yeah, I didn't take the threat from the invasions very seriously, that's why. Normally I would build much more towers and stuff, but I wasn't expecting this large of an attack. No, I don't think it's the map's fault. I didn't play it. Well, I didn't prepare my city for defenses. So that's I didn't like. Yeah, so that's on me. I didn't set up my defenses very well. Easily could have built with like more choke points and stuff, but I more or less just assumed there would be relatively modest attacks. Ugh. Well, that's pretty rough. Yeah, this was it was a cool map. I liked it a lot. Only other feedback I would have is like, why shut off land sales of weapons? I might have kept it small. Yeah, it was looking pretty good. All I really had to do was, I think all I really had to do was evolve these central sections, and I could have made space to get oil in here, so I was producing enough oil, and that would have been a boost. Let's do your map. Did you send me a map? I'm sure you did. When did you send me that map? I'm sure you sent it. Oh yeah, you sent it a while back. So I will definitely be giving that a go at some point. Actually, do I have the... I may have already downloaded the save. No, I didn't. But I'll download it, and I'll be able to play that. No, it wasn't oil that got us. Well, I mean, oil would have helped us win. We have oil. Anyway, let's take a look, see if there's anyone I can raid. Because that's going to be it for today. Let's take that, get rid of those. Oh, it's my pleasure. Despite a rough ending, it was still a good time. Let's, I guess we could raid Blobber. Well, we'll have more Caesar 3 tomorrow. Yeah, we could go raid Blobber. He's doing some more EU4 speedruns.